Have you ever done something that seemed fun at first, but then halfway through you realize you might have really messed up? That was me and my cousin Max 2 summers ago back in 2019. We thought we were just heading out for a chill weekend camping trip, but we walked straight into something we still don't understand. Let me back up a bit. Max and I were both 17 at the time, just out of school for the summer and looking for something different to do. We'd gone on a couple of camping trips before. Nothing hardcore, just local sites near town with bathrooms and families grilling hot dogs 2 tents over. But this time we wanted something real, off the grid, no cell service. Just nature, the stars, and quiet. Max found a place online called Devil's Hollow. I know, terrible name, right? But the few reviews we found said it was peaceful and had amazing views. It was about 3.5 hours from where we lived in Oregon, then a 4-mile hike deep into the woods. No designated campsites, just pick your spot and set up. Sounded perfect. We loaded up the car on a Friday morning, packed enough food for 3 days, and hit the road. The last stretch of the drive was on this narrow dirt road surrounded by thick trees. There were no signs, no other cars, nothing. Eventually, the road just ended, literally, like it had been swallowed by the forest. We parked and looked around. There was a faint path, mostly covered by leaves and branches, but still visible. That had to be the trail. So we grabbed our backpacks and started walking. At first, it was exciting. The air was fresh, the forest was quiet except for birds and the crunch of leaves under our boots. But as we kept going, things started to feel off. The trail got harder to follow. Trees leaned over the path like they were trying to hide it. Every now and then we'd see odd things, like a child's shoe half buried in the dirt or a rusted soda can wedged between 2 tree roots. Stuff that looked old, forgotten. We didn't talk much. It was like the forest didn't want noise. After about 4 hours, we reached a small clearing at the top of a hill. There wasn't much, just a flat patch of grass and a view of the trees below. But it felt private, and honestly, we were too tired to keep going. We set up the tent and started a small fire. While Max finished unpacking, I walked to the edge of the clearing to check out the view. That's when I saw them. Down below in the trees, I spotted movement. I squinted and saw 4, maybe 5 figures walking together through the forest. They weren't on the trail. They were just weaving between trees slowly, silently. I froze. They weren't talking. They didn't have backpacks or gear. Just dark clothes and long dragging steps. It didn't look like any group of hikers I'd ever seen. I called out to Max, but by the time he joined me, the figures had vanished. We told ourselves it was probably another group of campers, maybe just cutting through the woods. Still, we couldn't shake how weird it felt. Who hikes that deep into nowhere without any supplies? As the sun set, we built the fire higher and tried to enjoy the night. We made some instant noodles, told dumb stories, laughed a bit. Things felt normal again, for a little while. Then we heard it. At first it sounded like wind, but there wasn't any. The trees were still. Then came the voices. They were low and muffled like whispers carried through the woods. We couldn't make out any words, just soft chatter. Multiple voices overlapping like a conversation happening just out of earshot. But we couldn't see anyone. They didn't get closer. They didn't move. They just stayed there, in one spot, talking, whispering, unchanging. Then all at once silence, like someone hit pause. The forest went dead quiet. No birds, no wind, no voices. Max and I looked at each other, both wide-eyed. He whispered, "What the hell was that?" I didn't have an answer. A few minutes passed. Just when I started to relax, we heard a branch snap behind us. Then footsteps, one person, getting closer. We both stood up fast, and a second later a man stepped into the firelight. He was tall, maybe mid-30s, with shoulder-length black hair and a bright red baseball cap. His smile was weird and way too big, like he was forcing it. He looked at both of us and said, "Either of you know where the trail is?" "I've been walking for hours," I pointed behind him. "It's back that way. You just came from it." He didn't look. He just kept smiling. "Is it?" he asked. I must have gotten turned around. Max stepped forward and said, "Were you with those people we saw earlier?" The man's smile dropped for a split second, then came back. I didn't know there were others out here. I've been hiking alone. I'd have asked them for directions if I saw him. His tone was casual, but something about it was off. Too smooth. Too rehearsed. We nodded and didn't say much else. Eventually he turned and walked back down the trail. But Max and I weren't buying it. He came from the same direction we heard the voices. There was no way he didn't see that group. And if he was just lost, why didn't he seem worried? Why no backpack? Why show up right after the whispers stopped? We sat around the fire in silence for a long time, trying to make sense of it. But no matter how we turned it over, it didn't add up. Then that feeling hit again, like we were being watched. I kept glancing at the tree line. Every shadow looked like it was moving. Every snap of a twig made my heart race. The whole place felt wrong. Max finally said what we were both thinking. Let's go. Right now. We threw everything back into our bags, stomped out the fire, and got ready to leave. That's when I heard it, a slow, heavy footstep behind me. We turned. Nothing. It was pitch black now, no moonlight. Just thick trees and endless dark. I pulled out my flashlight, clicked it on, and nearly dropped it. There he was, the man in the red cap, standing about 10 feet away. Not moving. Not speaking. Just staring. His smile was gone. His face was blank. Empty. I whispered Max's name, and as I did, the man smiled again, wide and unnatural, like his face wasn't used to doing it. I shut off the light and yelled, "Run!" We tore down the trail. Behind us we heard footsteps. Not just one set, to many, coming from all directions, fast. They didn't speak. They didn't yell. Just the sound of bodies crashing through branches and feet pounding dirt. We didn't stop, not once. Somehow, after what felt like forever, the sounds faded. When we got back to the car, we didn't even talk. Just jumped in, locked the doors, and sped off. We haven't been camping since. I don't know who those people were, or what they wanted, or how they moved without being seen. I still think about that man's smile sometimes, how it looked glued onto his face, how he showed up from nowhere, said just enough to not make sense, then disappeared again. Max and I never went back to Devil's Hollow. We tried looking it up again, but the website he found it on was gone, like it never existed. I don't care if it was some weird cult, a prank, or something worse. I just know we weren't supposed to be there, and I don't think we were alone. You ever get that feeling where something's just off, not scary at first, just weird, like your stomach picks up on something your brain hasn't noticed yet? That's exactly how this night started, so. This was back in October of 2014, in this sleepy little town called Maple Hollow, a place with more trees than people and roads that looked the same even if you grew up there. I was 17, still in high school, working part-time at a pizza place called Tony's Fire Oven. My name's Dylan, by the way. Now I'd been working there for a few months, saved up enough tips and checks to buy this beat-up '98 Honda Civic. The thing barely ran and smelled like old fries, but to me, it was freedom. I hated waiting for rides and having to ask my dad to drop me off. I wanted to do deliveries, drive around, listen to music, and pretend I was a real adult. Anyway, it was a Thursday night. Nothing special. I got off school, changed into my Tony's shirt, and clocked in at 5 WOW. It was kind of busy at first, a few large orders for some school event and a couple walk-ins. By 8 us, everything died down. Just me and Monica, the night manager, sitting around eating breadsticks and watching the clock. Then at 9:03, a new order came through. Online, no phone number, prepaid. 2 medium pepperoni pizzas, nothing weird on the surface. Monica printed the ticket and handed it to me. The address, 191 Willow Creek Drive. I didn't recognize it, but that wasn't unusual. Maple Hollow had lots of winding little streets tucked into the woods. I packed up the order, hopped into my car, and pulled out of the lot. The town was dead quiet. No people walking. Hardly any cars out, just my headlights stretching down the blacktop and the hum of my engine. It felt peaceful. At first, I was maybe 10 minutes away from the house when a car pulled onto the road behind me. No big deal, right? Except there wasn't another car for miles before that, and this one pulled out from a road that, as far as I knew, led to nothing but empty farmland. I kept driving, and so did they, staying close behind me. Not tailgating, but close enough that I kept glancing in the mirror. I changed lanes. So did they. I slowed a bit. They slowed too. I sped up. Yep, right behind me still. Now I've got a habit of brushing stuff off. I told myself it was just someone heading home. Maybe they lived near the drop-off. But when I made that final turn onto Willow Creek Drive, which is basically a narrow path lined with trees and weirdly spaced-out houses, they turned too. I'll never forget that moment. It felt like the trees swallowed us. No streetlights. Just tall, dark branches hanging over the road and the sound of gravel under my tires. Finally, I saw the mailbox, 191, written in faded black marker, barely visible in my headlights. The house was way back off the road, down a long dirt driveway. As I turned in, I checked my mirror. The car behind me kept going, and just like that, my shoulders relaxed. I actually laughed at myself a little. Paranoid much, Dylan? The driveway was about 300 feet long, lined with bushes that looked like they'd been dead for a decade. The house itself was a one-story kind of rundown place. Porch light was on, but every other window was pitch black. Not a flicker of movement inside. I parked, grabbed the pizzas, and walked up the porch steps. They creaked under my feet, loud enough to make me wince. I knocked. Nothing. Waited. Knocked again. Just when I was about to give up, I saw a light flicker on in a side window, like someone switched on a lamp. A few seconds later, the door opened. The woman who answered looked off. Mid-30s maybe, pale, wearing a long gray robe. Her hair was a mess and her eyes looked kind of puffy, like she'd been crying or hadn't slept in days. Before I could say anything, she snapped, "What?" I held up the pizzas. Delivery for 191 Willow Creek? She narrowed her eyes. I didn't order anything. I told her the name on the receipt, Jared S. But she just shook her head and mumbled, "No one here by that name." Then she slammed the door without another word. Weird, right? I stood there for a second, just staring at the door. No movement inside. No more lights. Total silence. It felt like the house had swallowed her whole. Still confused, I turned around and started walking back to my car, and that's when I froze. There was a car parked right behind mine. No headlights, just sitting there, completely still, but I could see the faint white steam rising from the exhaust. It was still running. It was the same car from earlier. I couldn't move for a second. My brain kept asking questions. Maybe they were turning around. Maybe they lived next door. But something in me knew. Something was wrong. I walked slowly to my car, trying not to show how shaken I was. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. My headlights lit up the house in front of me, but behind me, just darkness. I waited. Maybe they'd back up. They didn't. I edged my car forward, then turned around so I was facing the exit. But they still didn't move. They were parked dead center in the narrow driveway. I couldn't go around them. For about half a minute, we sat like that. My headlights pointed at their car. Their engine still running. No movement. Then their doors opened. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 men stepped out, all of them wearing hoodies pulled low, faces hard to see. One of them had something in his hand. I couldn't tell what, but he held it close like he was hiding it in his sleeve. Then they started walking toward me. Fast. I panicked, slammed the car into gear and tried to squeeze around their car. But my tires slipped into the ditch beside the driveway. The car lurched, then hit something solid, a tree stump or rock. It didn't even feel like a crash, but I knew I was stuck. I didn't wait. I jumped out and ran into the woods, away from the house, away from the driveway. I could hear at least one of them chasing me, branches snapping, footsteps pounding the dirt. I didn't stop, just kept running until I couldn't hear them anymore. Eventually, I found a spot to hide behind some trees and called 911. My voice was shaking so badly, I could barely get the words out. When the police showed up, it was like the night had erased itself. No men, no car, and worse, my car was gone too, completely vanished. They searched the area, even brought in a dog the next morning, but nothing ever turned up. Not the car. Not the men. Not even the fake pizza order. It was like they'd been waiting there. Just for me, to this day I still think about that night. The cops think it was some robbery scheme gone wrong, but I don't buy that. If they wanted to rob me, they could have done it fast. But they waited, followed, watched. They were hunting, and I just barely got away. Okay, so this happened last winter. Around January, I think. It was one of those brutal weeks in Elmridge, the kind where snow just never stops falling. I was living alone in this small one-story house on the edge of town. You know the type. 2 bedrooms, creaky wood floors, drafty windows. Cozy, but when you're snowed in for days, it starts to feel like a tiny box with walls that breathe. Anyway, I was working from home that week. I'm a graphic designer, so it's pretty easy to do from my laptop. Normally, I go into the studio a couple of times a week, but the snow was so heavy and relentless that my car looked like a giant marshmallow. I didn't bother trying to dig it out. I just stayed inside, holed up at this little desk wedged between my bed and the window in my room. That Wednesday, everything felt normal. I woke up, made coffee, answered emails, worked on some logos. The wind howled all day outside, making the windows rattle like they were going to pop out of the frames. Snowflakes hit the glass in sharp little bursts. I didn't think much of it. Just winter in Vermont, right? I barely moved from my desk until around 8 p.m. My back was sore, my neck stiff, so I got up, made a quick dinner, washed the dishes, then remembered it was trash night. I bundled up, grabbed the bins from the side yard, and dragged them down the icy driveway. As I was walking back toward the front steps, I noticed something weird. The snow on the left side of the house wasn't smooth anymore. You know how after a big snowfall everything looks fluffy and untouched? Like someone laid a white blanket over the earth? But this part, this strip of snow just beside the house, it looked messed up. Like something had walked through it. So I stepped off the path and went closer. Footprints. Actual shoe prints, one after the other, pressing down deep into the snow. And they weren't old. They were clean and sharp, not yet filled in by fresh snowfall. Someone had walked right up to the side of my house, not the sidewalk, not the driveway, but literally just a couple of feet away from the wall. I followed the trail with my eyes and my heart started to beat faster. They stopped under my bedroom window, like directly underneath it. I just stood there for a minute staring. The prints circled around in a little cluster, like someone had stood there for a while. Like they were watching me. I looked at the window. The blinds were closed, mostly, but I remembered how that old set had some bent slats, and if you looked through them just right, you could see inside. From that angle, you'd be looking straight at my desk. Straight at me. I didn't know what to think. I mean, maybe it was a neighbor? A mailman? But who in their right mind walks up to someone's bedroom window in the middle of a snowstorm and just stands there? I went back inside, locked the front door even though I already had, and made sure all the windows were shut tight. I checked that window 3 times before bed. It was definitely locked. I even thought about sleeping in the living room instead, but eventually I convinced myself it was probably nothing, just a weirdo passing by. I got into bed, pulled the covers up, and let the sound of wind and snow lull me to sleep. The next morning I got up, stretched, and instinctively walked to the window. My stomach dropped. There were new footprints, fresh ones. They followed the same path, up the side of the house, stopping right beneath my window. This time the snow was even deeper, and whoever it was had still made their way through it. It gave me this horrible image of someone trudging through a foot of snow just to stand there again, just to look in. I threw on my jacket, slipped into my boots, and rushed outside. The air bit at my face, but I barely felt it. I walked up to the prints. Same boot pattern, same spot, same creepy stillness. I turned and looked out at the yard. Not a single other mark in the snow, no trail leading away, just those prints, like someone had appeared, stood, and vanished. I called the non-emergency police number. I didn't know what else to do. I told them someone had been coming up to my window at night. They said they'd note it and told me to call back if I saw anything again. That wasn't comforting. I tried to get back to work, but I couldn't focus. Every 5 minutes I was peeking through the blinds, checking the snow, checking the window latch. Nothing new happened during the day, and by nightfall the wind had filled the prints in again. I was nervous, but at least things looked normal, until they didn't. At around 8 p.m. I walked over to the window to take one last look. The snow was smooth, no prints. I felt a little relief, enough to relax for a second. But then I noticed the latch. It was undone. I stared at it for what felt like a full minute, my brain refusing to catch up. I had locked it. I know I did. Not once, 3 times. I hadn't touched it since. My hand trembled as I reached down and slid the window open. It moved too easily. Whoever had been there had unlocked it. Probably the night before, probably while I was sleeping just feet away. I froze. Had they been inside? I backed out of the room slowly. The hallway suddenly felt darker than usual. Every shadow looked deeper. I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no creaks. But that just made it worse. I grabbed my keys and ran outside to my car. I didn't care that it was buried in snow. I just needed to be somewhere else. I called the police again, this time frantic. I told them someone might have broken in. 10 minutes later, a cruiser pulled up. A young officer stepped out and told me to stay in the car. He went inside to check. I watched from the windshield, holding my breath. The porch light flickered as he walked in. 5 minutes passed, then 6. Finally, the door opened, and he wasn't alone. He was holding a man in handcuffs. Both of them were covered in blood. The man was older, maybe mid-40s. Greasy hair, pale skin, a blank face that just screamed wrong. He didn't look surprised. He didn't say a word, just stared at me with these flat, empty eyes as they walked past. The officer told me he found him hiding in the hallway closet, the one right across from my bedroom. He'd lunged when the officer opened the door and they fought, but the cop managed to pin him down. I asked, "Was he armed?" He nodded, said the guy had a knife. Said if he hadn't been quick, it could have gone badly. I couldn't speak. I just kept thinking, how long had he been in there? Had he been inside since the night before? Was he in the closet while I made dinner? While I brushed my teeth? While I slept? The scariest part? We still don't know how long he'd been coming around, or how many nights he watched me through the window before I ever noticed the snow. Okay, so let me just say this up front. I'm not the kind of person who gets scared easily. I've seen all the scary movies. I've done the late-night walks. I've even slept in a tent in the woods behind our school for a dumb dare. But what happened that night in Pine Hollow? No movie or ghost story could have prepared me for it. It was a Thursday in October. School had been canceled because the power was out in a few districts after last night's windstorm. So I had the whole day to myself. Mom was out of town visiting her sister in Ohio, and my older brother Max had gone to stay with his girlfriend for a few days, so I had the house to myself. At first I was psyched. I made myself some frozen pizza, played Dead Zone 2 for like 4 hours, and ignored the world outside. But man, that weather was nasty. Wind kept howling like it was trying to crawl inside. The sky stayed this deep gray color, and the trees looked like they were about to snap in half. Around 5 o'clock, the rain started again, and this time it came down like it was trying to drown the whole town. Thunder rumbled so hard it made the cabinets in the kitchen shake. I figured, hey, this is perfect horror movie weather. So I turned off all the lights, grabbed a blanket, and put on one of those old-school horror movies. The kind with grainy film and creepy music that sounds like it was recorded underwater. I curled up on the couch, listening to the wind slap the windows and thunder shake the floorboards while the movie flickered across the screen. It felt oddly cozy at first, but then the storm got worse. Not just rain, I'm talking sideways, window-smearing sheets of water. The lightning wasn't in the distance anymore either. It was close enough that it made the shadows in the room jump every time it flashed. I remember thinking it looked like something wasn't right in the shadows. Then, right around 10, I got up to refill my water bottle in the kitchen. I was just stretching my arms when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. A quick flicker of movement in the hallway. It was like a shadow that didn't belong there. Fast, almost like it ducked around the corner when I looked up. I froze. Not because I thought I saw something, but because my body reacted before my brain did. You know that weird jolt you get when something doesn't feel right but you can't explain why? I waited for a second, then crept over and peeked down the hallway. Empty. Just the coat rack, the old mirror, and some muddy boots by the door. Nothing weird. Maybe it was the lightning again. Or maybe my brain was playing tricks on me because I just watched that creepy movie. I told myself to chill out and walked back into the kitchen. The storm outside was in full meltdown. Trees were whipping back and forth, and I swear I saw the neighbor's trash can fly down the street like a missile. I remember laughing to myself. Nervous laughing, the kind where you're trying too hard to act like you're not freaked out. Back on the couch, I flipped over to YouTube just to lighten the mood. Random videos, dumb stuff, but I couldn't focus. I kept glancing at the hallway. Then just when I started to relax again, I saw it. Another shadow. This time behind the TV. It moved like someone peeking around the corner. Like they were watching me. I swear to you, I saw the curve of a head, a sliver of shoulder. Just for a second, I jumped up so fast I knocked the blanket to the floor. I spun around and looked at the entryway into the room. Empty. I walked over, heart pounding, and checked every corner. Living room, kitchen, even opened the pantry. Nothing. But my skin wouldn't stop crawling. It felt like I wasn't alone anymore. Now I was trying to convince myself I was just being stupid. Tired, imagining things. But I wasn't even tired. I was hyper-aware. Like something in me was screaming that something wasn't right. After a few more minutes of trying and failing to relax, I gave up and decided to head to bed. I figured maybe I'd feel better if I just reset the day with a shower. So I shut off the TV and headed upstairs. The house creaked with every step. Not just normal creaks. It sounded like something moved when I moved. Like footsteps matching mine. I tried to ignore it. Got into the bathroom, turned on the shower, let the hot water blast over me, hoping the feeling would go away. But then, something happened that made my heart drop. A thud, not like someone knocked something over. This was violent. It shook the whole house, like something big slammed into a wall downstairs. I froze, water still running down my back, my ears straining to hear anything else. Silence. I turned off the water. Listened harder, still nothing. No wind, no rain, no floor creaks. Just this heavy, unnatural silence like the house was holding its breath. I dried off as fast as I could, threw on clothes and opened the bathroom door. The hallway looked the same, but it felt different. It felt watched. Every light bulb suddenly seemed dimmer, every shadow deeper. Step by step, I crept down the stairs, holding my breath the whole time. The living room was quiet. The TV was still off. Kitchen looked untouched, but the back door, wide open, hanging off its top hinge. There were splinters of wood all over the floor, and the other two hinges, completely ripped out like someone yanked the door inward and then shoved it open so hard it slammed into the wall. I remember whispering, "What the hell?" I didn't even think. I sprinted back up the stairs, locked myself in the bathroom, and dialed 911 with shaking fingers. The dispatcher stayed on the line with me until the cops arrived, but those 10 minutes felt like a year. I thought I was going to hear footsteps. I thought I'd see a shadow slide under the door. I kept thinking I'd hear someone whisper my name through the keyhole, but none of that happened. Just silence. When the police got there, they checked everything. No one was in the house. No signs of forced entry. But here's the part that still gives me nightmares. The officer who examined the door said it wasn't broken from outside. The door had been ripped open from the inside, like someone had been leaving the house. He said it looked like they slammed. The door opened with so much force it ripped the screws right out of the wall. So, whoever or whatever it was had been inside the house the whole time, and those shadows I saw? Yeah, that was probably them, watching me. Moving when I wasn't looking, ducking around corners just fast enough to hide. I don't know how long they were there or why they didn't hurt me. But the thing that scares me the most? It wasn't like they snuck out quietly. No. They tore through the house like they were angry, like they didn't find what they were looking for, or maybe like they were sending a message. I haven't stayed in that house alone since, and even now, almost a year later, I still hear things sometimes, scratching behind the walls. Footsteps when I'm trying to fall asleep. The sound of something brushing past my bedroom door when I know everyone else is asleep. And whenever I pass by a mirror or glance at the dark hallway, I always check twice. Let me tell you something that happened to my cousin Max. This was back in 2022, early November, right after Halloween. Max had just lost his job, some kind of budget cuts at the company he worked for out in Maple Hollow, a small town in the Midwest. Nothing dramatic, just a plain boring layoff. Still, it hit him hard. He's always been the kind of guy who needs structure, you know? Wake up, drive to work, come home, repeat. He had some money saved, so he wasn't panicking or anything. But after 2 or 3 weeks of job hunting and sitting around the house all day, it was starting to wear on him. He was living alone in this little 2-story rental just outside of town. Quiet neighborhood, big trees, nothing fancy. The kind of place that looks peaceful in the day and a bit too quiet at night. Max was doing everything he could to find work. Applications, resumes, interviews over Zoom, the whole deal. But nobody was biting. He started to feel stuck, like really stuck. One day he told me, "I feel like I'm disappearing a little bit each day." I didn't think much of it at the time. Anyway, around the 3rd week of unemployment, he decided to check some lesser-known job boards. Not the big sites everyone uses, he tried those already. He ended up on this strange-looking site he hadn't heard of before. It had a lot of typos and looked like it hadn't been updated since 2009, but there were listings he hadn't seen anywhere else. That's where he saw a posting for a sales consultant entry-level Maple Hollow. The pay was way better than most of the stuff he'd seen. The company name wasn't listed, but there was a contact email. He sent over his resume, not expecting much. A few hours later, he got a response from someone named Trevor. The message was short and kind of weirdly worded. Like ito, "Hey Max, saw your application, and I want to interview you tonight. My schedule is hectic, and tonight is the only time. 7:45 p.m. Can you make it? I'll send the address." Max said he felt a little unsure about it, but he didn't want to pass up a chance. He figured it might be one of those startup-type deals. Unconventional but legit, so he replied yes. Trevor sent the address and Max got ready. Here's where things started to feel off. The address led him to this rundown building on the edge of town, not far from a wooded area that everyone in town just calls The Pines. The building didn't have a name or sign, just a number above the door. No lights on. The parking lot was empty except for Max's car. He told me that even as he pulled in, he felt this weird pressure in his chest, like something was telling him to turn around. But he didn't. He waited in the car until 7:50. No one showed up. He got out, walked to the front door. It was locked. He tried calling Trevor's number, but it rang twice and then went straight to voicemail. He left a message. Nothing. After 15 minutes, Max gave up. He drove home feeling frustrated, but mostly confused. The whole thing felt off, like maybe it was a prank or someone messed up the time. When he got back to his place, he grabbed a soda from the fridge, flopped onto the couch, and turned on the TV. Nothing much was on. He was scrolling through his phone, trying to distract himself, when he heard a faint creaking sound above him. Now Max's house was old. Creaks weren't exactly unusual, but this was different. It wasn't random. It was rhythmic, like slow, deliberate footsteps crossing the upstairs floor. But they'd stopped the moment he muted the TV. Dead silent. He got up, walked over to the front window and looked outside. No wind, no branches knocking the siding. He went up the stairs, checked every room, even the attic crawl space. Nothing. All the windows were locked. He came back down, told himself it was the house settling, and tried to shake it off. Around 10:30, Max shut everything down and headed to bed. He told me he was exhausted but also felt restless, like his nerves were buzzing. He laid down, and before he knew it, he was out cold. But not for long. At some point in the night, he thinks around 3 a.m., Max woke up suddenly. No dreams, no noise, just snap wide awake. The room was pitch black. He laid there for a second, trying to figure out why he was up. That's when he heard it. The same creaking sound, but closer now, not above him. In the room, Max said, his whole body tensed. He didn't move, didn't even breathe at first. He just listened. And then he heard it. The sound of his closet door sliding open. Slow. Dragging. He turned his head slightly, just enough to look. And there it was. The faint outline of the closet door inching open in the darkness. He couldn't see much, but he felt something was there. Just standing in the shadows, watching him. He wanted to move, but it was like his body forgot how. He was frozen, absolutely paralyzed with fear. His heart was racing so hard he thought he might pass out. And then, something stepped out of the closet. Max didn't wait to see what it was. He rolled off the opposite side of the bed, grabbed his phone from the nightstand, and bolted out of the room. As he ran, he heard a soft shuffle behind him, like whoever was in the room had started to move but didn't chase him. He ran outside in nothing but his boxers and t-shirt, barefoot in the cold. He dialed 911 and told the dispatcher someone was inside his house. He stood in his yard, shivering, watching the windows and the front door. Nothing moved. The cops showed up fast, small-town perks. Max pointed them to the bedroom. They went in, weapons drawn. After a few minutes, one of the officers came out and said they found someone, still in the closet. Hiding. Max said the man they pulled out looked like something out of a nightmare. Filthy hoodie, greasy shoulder-length hair, dirt smeared on his face. His eyes were the worst part, wide, glassy, and blank, like he wasn't really there. He didn't say a word, just stared straight ahead as they put him in the back of the car. The next day, the detective called Max to fill him in. Turns out the guy, his real name was Alan Brooke, had created dozens of fake job listings. Not just in Maple Hollow, but all over the state. He used fake names, fake emails, and burner phones. His whole goal was to lure people out of their homes so he could break in while they were gone. He had Max's full name, phone number, address, everything from the resume Max sent him. That night, while Max was driving to the interview, Alan broke into his house. Picked the lock like it was nothing. Then he waited and stayed all night just a few feet away. When Max was watching TV, Alan was upstairs. When Max went to bed, Alan was in the closet. He'd been there for hours, listening, breathing, watching. The scariest part? Nobody knows what he was planning. He wouldn't talk. No confession, no motive, just silence. Max moved out of that house within a week. He still can't sleep with the closet door closed. Or open, either way it freaks him out. He keeps a motion light by his bed now, and a baseball bat. Every time he tells the story, he ends it the same way. If I hadn't woken up when I did, I don't think I'd be here to tell it. And after hearing it straight from him, neither do I. My name's Ethan. I'm 28 now, but this happened a few years ago, around Christmas time. Back in 2016, I'll never forget it. At the time, I worked for a moving company based out of a small town in Iowa called Woodridge. Not much happens there, and honestly, that's how I liked it. My job was pretty simple. I drove a box truck around the Midwest delivering furniture and appliances for people moving in or out of state. The drives were long, the pay was decent, and the roads were usually quiet, especially in the winter. That night started out like any other. It was just after 6 p.m. when I left the warehouse. My route would take me all the way to a rural part of Michigan, so I was expecting to drive through most of the night. I didn't mind. I had some snacks, a thermos full of gas station coffee, and a good playlist to keep me company. The roads were snowy but manageable. Still, winter driving always kept me on edge. It wears you down in a way that sunny day driving doesn't. After about 5 hours, I decided to pull over for a quick break. I found this old truck stop off Highway 88, just over the Illinois border. It looked half abandoned. The big neon sign out front flickered like it was dying. Only a few trucks were parked in the lot. No cars, no music. just wind and the crunch of snow under my boots. Inside, it was what you'd expect. Dim lighting, humming refrigerators, a bored cashier thumbing through a magazine. I grabbed a bottle of water and a microwaved burrito, used the restroom, and headed back to the truck. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing near the back of the building, half hidden in the shadows where the lights didn't reach. He was leaning against the wall like he was waiting for someone. He didn't move, didn't light a cigarette or check his phone. Just stood there staring at me. I paused halfway to my truck. I couldn't see his face clearly, just the outline of a tall guy in a heavy coat. Something about the way he stood, it made my skin crawl, like he was frozen there, watching. I tried to play it cool. I got into the truck, locked the doors, and told myself it was nothing. Maybe he was waiting for a ride. Maybe he worked there. Maybe he wasn't even looking at me. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror before pulling out, he was still there, still staring. I shook it off and drove out of the lot. Snow started falling heavier as I made my way back onto the highway. The coffee kicked in after a while, and the eerie feeling from the truck stop faded into the background. But about 30 minutes later, something strange happened. I saw a quick flicker of light in my side mirror, just a flash like a reflection. I checked my mirrors thinking maybe a car was behind me, but there was nothing. Just the endless road, the falling snow, and darkness. A few minutes later, it happened again. A flash, a shimmer, then gone. At first, I thought I was imagining it. Maybe it was ice on the mirror or the snow playing tricks on my eyes. But then I caught something more solid, movement. A shape in the dark, right behind the truck, closer than it should have been. I leaned forward, staring hard into the side mirror, and that's when I saw it. A car, right behind me, no headlights, hugging the back of my truck so close it was almost touching. I hadn't seen it pull up, hadn't heard a thing. It was just there, no lights, no sound, just quietly trailing me in the snow. Now I've had tailgaters before. People get impatient with trucks, but not in the middle of nowhere at night in a snowstorm, and definitely not with their headlights off. I changed lanes to let them pass. They followed. I moved back to my lane. So did they. At that point, I was done playing games. I slowed down. They slowed too. I sped up. They stayed right with me. I couldn't see the driver. Couldn't see anything inside the car. Just dark windows and the eerie feeling that someone, or something, was staring back. Then, just like that, they backed off. The car slowed until it disappeared from my mirrors entirely. I should have felt relieved, but the pit in my stomach only got worse. It didn't feel like they left. It felt like they were hiding. I kept driving for another 2 hours. I didn't stop. Not for food, not for gas. The road was empty and the snow was coming down harder now. I was dead tired, but I didn't want to pull over just yet. Eventually, though, my body gave out. It was almost 3 a.m. when I found a small rest area. And by rest area, I mean a sad little patch of gravel off the side of the road surrounded by trees. No lights, no building, just enough space for 2 or 3 trucks. I parked, shut off the engine, and leaned back in my seat. I locked the doors twice. I remember that clearly. Then I bundled up in my jacket, pulled my hat down over my eyes, and tried to sleep. The snow was gentle now. It made everything quiet, peaceful even. But peace doesn't last. I don't know how long I was asleep. Maybe an hour, maybe less. But something woke me up. Not a sound exactly, more like a feeling. Like when your brain senses someone's watching you, even when your eyes are closed. I opened them slowly. It was dark, the kind of darkness that feels thick, like it's pressing in on you. The only light came from the highway in the distance, barely visible through the frost on my windshield. Shifted in my seat to get more comfortable, and that's when I saw it. Face right outside the driver's side window. It was inches from the glass, pale, eyes wide and bulging. The skin looked stretched, almost wet, like it didn't fit right. The expression wasn't angry or confused, just blank, like it was studying me, like I was a bug pinned to a wall. I jerked back so fast I hit my elbow on the armrest. The thing didn't move, didn't blink. Then slowly it reached down and grabbed the door handle. It jiggled it once, Then again. Then harder, click, click, click. I'd locked the doors. Thank God. But the way it kept trying, it wasn't panicked. It was like it was just checking. Testing. After a few seconds, it stopped. I sat there frozen, holding my breath, staring straight ahead, and then I heard footsteps crunching in the snow. Soft at first, then faster, then gone. I waited, terrified for what felt like forever. My hand finally moved to the radio and I called for help. Voice shaking, I told dispatch where I was. They said someone would be there soon. Not even 5 minutes later, a car pulled out from behind my truck. Headlights off. Same car as before. It had been there the whole time, just sitting, waiting. The cops arrived about 20 minutes later. I told them everything, from the truck stop to the mirror flashes to the face at the window. They searched the area but didn't find anyone. The tracks in the snow were already getting covered up. That's when it hit me. The man I saw behind the building at the truck stop. The one staring at me. Was that him?
Had he followed me all this way?
I don't know. Nobody ever caught him. Nobody could explain it. They said maybe it was just a drifter. Maybe I was tired and imagining things, but I know what I saw. And sometimes when I'm driving late at night and the road gets quiet, I check my mirrors a little more than I used to, just in case something's there. Watching. Waiting. Alright, so let me tell you about one of the creepiest things that ever happened to me. This wasn't something I heard online or a story passed around at a campfire. This happened to me. For real. It was the fall of 2007. I was 22 at the time, still living in Oregon. I'd just finished hanging out at my cousin Kyle's place. He lived way out in the countryside near a town called Stony Ridge. Basically a collection of houses surrounded by endless farmland. You know the type of place. Gravel roads, no cell signal, the only light at night is your own headlights. That kind of quiet. That kind of dark. I stayed later than I should have. We were playing video games, eating pizza, just talking. You lose track of time, and before I knew it, it was past 1 a.m. I had work early the next day, and even though Kyle offered to let me crash on his couch, I figured I'd just tough it out and make the hour-long drive home. Huge mistake. The first part of the drive was uneventful. Just me, some music, and that creepy fog that likes to roll in around October. You know when it's so quiet that your tires sound like they're chewing the road? That's the sound I had for company. Crunchy gravel and not much else. About 20 minutes in, something weird happened. I was on this long, narrow stretch of road that cuts through an open field, and suddenly, boom, my headlights hit something in the middle of my lane. I hit the brakes hard. It was a suitcase. A full-size black upright suitcase. Just sitting there. No cars nearby. No people, no houses. Just a single suitcase standing perfectly in the middle of the road like someone placed it there on purpose. I stared at it for way longer than I should have, honestly. I was so tired I half wondered if I was dreaming. But it was real. I could see the scratches on the plastic, the little red tag fluttering in the breeze. But something about it, I don't know. It just felt wrong. I wasn't about to get out and move it. I wasn't that curious. I drove around it by crossing briefly into the other lane. My eyes on that thing the whole time like it might suddenly pop open or tip over. As I kept driving, I tried to tell myself it probably just fell off someone's truck. Maybe they were moving or going on a trip and didn't realize it fell out. But even as I thought it, I didn't believe it. It was just too perfectly placed. Too deliberate. I shook it off and kept going. Then about 5 minutes later, I saw something else. A truck. A big old pickup. Parked smack in the middle of the road, no lights on. No hazard blinkers, nothing. I almost didn't see it until I was way too close. If my high beams hadn't been on, I might have plowed straight into the back of it. I slowed down and stopped a few feet behind it, squinting through my windshield. No movement. No sign of anyone. I gave a couple of short honks. Still nothing. I leaned over and looked into the cab through the rear window. Couldn't see a thing. The inside was pitch black. No outline of a driver. Not even a shape. Eventually I decided to go around. But as I eased past the driver's side, I noticed something. deep scrapes along the side of the truck like someone had taken a key or claws and dragged them along the metal. There were also a couple of big dents. Fresh ones. The kind that crumple the paint and leave bare silver underneath. That's when my gut started to twist a little. Where the hell was the driver? Why would anyone leave their truck parked in the road like that? It's not like it broke down. It looked like it had been abandoned. The whole area was surrounded by nothing but flat farmland. No driveways, no lights, no buildings, just fields and black sky. At that point, I was starting to feel the edges of real fear creep in. That quiet, hollow kind of fear where your skin prickles and you start glancing in the back seat every few seconds. I kept driving. A little faster now. Then, less than a minute later, I saw him. A man. He was just standing there in the road, smack in the middle of my lane. He had his arms up, waving them, trying to flag me down. I slowed, heart racing, and kept my foot hovering over the brake. He looked rough. Maybe mid-40s. Messy brown hair sticking out in all directions, a torn jacket, and what looked like dried blood on his hands and elbows. His jeans were muddy, and he was limping slightly, like he'd been walking a while. When I stopped, he smiled and started walking up to my window. "Hey, man," he said casually, like we were old friends. "Did you pass a truck back there a little ways?" "Yeah," I said slowly. "Think you could give me a lift back to it?" I didn't answer right away. Something felt off. Really off. So I asked, "Why is it parked in the middle of the road?" "What happened?" He hesitated just for a second, then said ran out of gas. Was heading to a station but figured I should go back and wait with the truck. The words were fine, I guess, but the way he said them didn't sit right. He was talking fast like he wanted to fill the silence before I could think too hard. His eyes darted toward the passenger seat like he was already imagining himself sitting there. Then I noticed something behind him. Just to the left. Hidden in the crops at the edge of the field. Something shiny caught my headlight. A car, not his truck, a car. Buried halfway into the corn or wheat or whatever that field was. You could barely see it, but the rear bumper and one taillight were peeking through. It looked like it had been driven off the road and hidden. That's when it clicked. This guy was lying. I didn't say a word. I just rolled up the window slowly. That smile dropped right off his face. He stepped forward, slammed his hands against the glass, and started shouting. I couldn't hear what he was saying. My heart was pounding too loud, but I didn't care. I threw the car into drive and hit the gas. He chased for a second, slapping the side of my car, but I was gone. About a mile down the road, I finally got cell signal. I pulled over and called 911, told them everything. What I saw, where I was, what direction I came from. They sent someone out. Later I found out what they discovered. The truck? Gone. Completely vanished. But the car I saw in the field? Still there. Inside they found a man. Dead. Not from a crash. From something else. They think he picked up a hitchhiker. Probably the same guy I saw. They found a tire iron in the back seat stained with blood. No ID on the hitchhiker. No fingerprints. Nothing. Just like he never existed. Police believe the suitcase and the truck were staged. A setup, bait to get someone to stop. It worked once. Almost worked twice. They never caught the guy. Never found the truck again. And as far as I know, no one ever came forward to say they lost a suitcase on that road. I think about it a lot. How close I came. How easily I could have become another missing person. Just because I was too tired to sleep over and too stubborn to call in sick. So now when I drive late at night and see something weird on the road, I don't stop. And if you're ever out near Stony Ridge and you see a suitcase in the road or a man waving you down in the middle of nowhere, keep driving. Whatever you do, don't open your door. Have you ever had something happen to you that just sticks in your head? Not like a funny memory or a big life moment. I mean something that chills you to the bone every time you think about it. I do. And this is it. Back in 2017, I was 22 and picking up shifts for a food delivery app in my hometown of Willow Creek, a small place surrounded by forests and long, empty roads. I wasn't in school. Didn't really have a career path yet, so I just worked odd jobs to get by. One of those was driving around in my beat-up Honda Civic delivering food for Bite Drop, kind of like DoorDash, but sketchier. It was a Friday night, late, like almost midnight, and I hadn't gotten many orders. I was parked behind the gas station, watching dumb videos on my phone, waiting for something to pop up. Just as I was thinking of calling it a night, I got a ping. One order. Chinese food. The pickup was from Lucky Star, the only place in town still open that late. The delivery address was somewhere way out of town, closer to the woods, about 25 minutes away. Normally I'd skip an order like that, too far, not worth the gas, but I'd been out for hours and made barely any money. So I accepted it. I grabbed the food and set off. The GPS led me down Highway 11, which isn't a real highway. It's just a skinny 2-lane road that snakes out of Willow Creek and cuts through the woods. No street lights, barely any signs, and barely any cell service. Locals call it the Spine, probably because it winds like one. As I drove, things got darker. I don't just mean nighttime dark. I mean I couldn't see past the trees lining the road. No houses, no mailboxes, just endless woods. The kind of dark that swallows your headlights. After about 20 minutes, the GPS said I had just a few more minutes to go. I started slowing down. I kept glancing at the map, trying to spot a turn or driveway coming up, but nothing. Then the GPS chimed and said, "You've arrived at your destination." But I was still on the road. No turnoff, no house, no mailbox, nothing. I pulled off to the gravel shoulder and looked around. The address said 334 Ridgetop Trail, but there was no trail. Just trees, thick, pitch-black forest on both sides. I zoomed in on the GPS. It showed a little dot right next to the road, slightly into the woods. I thought, okay, maybe there's a hidden driveway or something. I rolled down my window and stuck my head out, hoping to see some gravel path or lights through the trees. Nothing. No porch lights. No windows. No sounds either. Just the wind moving the tops of the pine trees and the soft tick of my hazard lights. I tried calling the customer. The app said the guy's name was Travis. After a few rings, he picked up. His voice was weird, kind of flat, like he was half asleep or distracted. "Hello? Hey, this is Ryan from Bite Drop. I've got your order, but I think the address might be off. I'm on Highway 11, but there's no house around here." There was a pause. Then he said, "No, you're there. Just look for the path." "Path?" I looked around again. Still nothing. "It's real narrow," he said. "You won't see it from the car. You gotta get out." I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I didn't want to get out of the car. I'm not usually paranoid, but this was just off. I asked him if he could come meet me at the road instead. He didn't respond. Then just before I could repeat myself, he hung up. I stared at the phone for a second, then looked back into the woods. And that's when I saw it, a soft light, way out between the trees, like someone holding a lantern or maybe a dim flashlight. It was just barely visible, glowing pale yellow. Then it blinked off. My stomach dropped. I was suddenly very aware that I was alone out there. I got out of the car, holding the takeout bag like a shield, and walked slowly around the front bumper. I scanned the trees again and, yeah, there it was. A thin, narrow gap in the trees. It wasn't a driveway. It was like someone had dragged a shovel through the dirt and called it a path. The weeds were high and the ground looked uneven, like no one had walked it in years, and yet, that light, I was sure I'd seen someone standing out there with it, watching me. I stood there frozen, trying to figure out what to do. My instincts were screaming, "Don't go in there." Every horror movie I'd ever seen flashed through my brain. But part of me, the dumb part that didn't want to get a bad review, considered walking in. That's when I heard it. Leaves, rustling, slow footsteps, crunching on dry twigs, coming closer, not fast, not loud, just deliberate, from the direction of the path. No way in hell. I placed the food on the ground near the edge of the trees and backed up toward my car. The footsteps stopped. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see whoever, or whatever, was standing in that path. I got into the car, slammed the door, and locked it. As I shifted into drive, I looked up and saw the light again. This time it was closer, way closer. It flickered behind a tree like someone was holding it and moving toward me. I didn't wait to see if they'd make it to the road. I floored it. The tires spun a bit on the gravel shoulder before catching. And then I was gone, speeding down that empty road like something was chasing me. I didn't stop until I hit the first gas station back in town. I parked under the fluorescent lights and sat there shaking, heart pounding. I checked my phone, no new messages. Nothing from Travis. I looked at the delivery app. It said the order was completed. I never saw a tip. Never got a review. I told myself maybe it was just some recluse who lived off the grid and liked to be weird about stuff. Maybe he really was out there with a lantern waiting for his noodles. But every once in a while I wonder, what if I had walked into those woods? What if I had followed that path? Would I have seen a house? Or something else? Do you ever get a weird feeling right before something bad happens? Like your gut's trying to tell you, hey, maybe don't go there. Yeah, well, I should have listened. This happened to me just last fall. October 2022, right around Halloween, actually. I was doing deliveries around the outskirts of Pine Hollow, a small town in Ohio. Just trying to make some extra cash on the weekend. Nothing unusual. I'd been at it for a few hours already, and was pretty much in autopilot mode when this new order came through. It was a McDonald's run. Double cheeseburger, fries, large Sprite. Easy stuff, the pickup was simple enough. I swung by the 24-hour location on Lakeview Road around 11:30 p.m., grabbed the bag, and tapped Start Delivery. The app told me the drop-off was about 15 minutes away, so I hit the road without thinking much. The town was dead quiet, barely a car in sight, just the occasional streetlight flickering above me. I had the radio off, windows cracked, cool air drifting in. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, just zoning out, you know. About a minute or two before I arrived, the GPS had me take this weird left turn off the main road. The street sign was crooked and half the letters were faded. But it said El Ridge Business Park. Sounded normal enough, but when I pulled in, the place looked off. Most business parks are clean and neat, even at night. Fresh paint, trimmed grass, maybe a few lights still on inside. But this place, it looked forgotten, like no one had touched it in years. The bushes were overgrown, vines crawling up the sides of cracked buildings. I drove past broken windows, a toppled-over trash can, and even what looked like an old shopping cart half stuck in a ditch. Still, the app kept telling me I was going the right way. Eventually, it led me to a small one-story office building tucked at the far end of the lot. It looked abandoned. No lights, no cars. Just a squat little thing made of faded brick with a metal roof and weeds choking the sides. I pulled around the back like the GPS told me to. I thought maybe this was some late-night janitor ordering food or someone working overtime. It's not like I hadn't delivered to weird places before. Then I got a message, hey, saw you pull in. Just bring it to the gray metal door, should be on your left. Sure enough, there it was. No numbers, no signs. Just a solid gray door with no window. Looked more like a fire exit than an entrance. I texted back, on my way. I grabbed the food bag, stepped out, and walked up to the door. The air back there felt heavy, like still, too still. No crickets, no wind, just dead silence. Right as I reached for the handle, my phone buzzed again. Just bring it inside and leave it by the first table. Thanks, I paused. That wasn't super unusual. I'd done contactless drop-offs indoors before, but something about the message felt off. It was that smiley face, too cheerful, forced, but I pushed the door open anyway. It wasn't locked. Inside was a narrow hallway, maybe 6 feet wide, stretching out ahead of me. But the lights, if you could call them that, were barely glowing. Just tiny yellow bulbs spaced way too far apart, casting these long, spooky shadows across the floor. The walls were stained. Some parts had peeled paint or weird dark marks. It smelled like mold and dust, and underneath that something sharper, like iron. I expected to see someone waiting for me, maybe at a desk. But nope, just that hallway. I stood there for a second, unsure what to do. Should I call out? Leave the bag and go? My phone was in my hand, so I started to type a message. That's when I heard it. Click. I spun around. The door behind me had closed. I reached for the handle and it wouldn't budge. I yanked harder. Locked. I wasn't breathing right anymore. My heart was hammering in my chest and this cold wave of dread hit me all at once. I was trapped. Hello? I called out, my voice echoing weirdly in the hallway. Is anyone there? No answer. I dropped the bag on the ground and backed away from the door. Then I heard something else. Footsteps. Not mine. From deeper inside. Fast. Heavy. Coming closer. I turned and bolted down the hallway, heart racing. I found another door at the end and shoved it open. It led to another hallway, this one a little wider, with doors lining both sides. All of them shut. Suddenly, bang! A loud slam from behind me. I panicked and ducked into the closest office room, quietly shutting the door behind me. The room was tiny, just a desk, a dusty chair, and some broken shelves. It smelled worse in there, like wet carpet and something rotten. I crouched behind the desk, barely daring to breathe. Seconds later, I heard it, the footsteps again. Right outside. They slowed down this time. Whoever it was. They were walking now, not running, like they knew I was still inside. They stopped just outside my door. I could hear them breathing. Long, slow breaths, in and out, almost like sniffing. Then, nothing, no sound. I waited. Maybe 30 seconds, maybe a full minute. I honestly don't know. And then I made a decision. I wasn't staying in there to find out what happened. Next, I burst out of that room and ran full speed in the opposite direction, back toward where they'd come from. The hallway seemed longer now, twisted even, like it had more turns than before, but eventually, thank God, I saw a red glow. An exit sign. I didn't even check if the door was alarmed. I shoved it open and flew outside into the night air. My car was still there. I jumped in, locked the doors, and sped out of that lot like the devil himself was chasing me. I called the police on the way. Tried to explain what happened, but I could tell the dispatcher wasn't taking it seriously. By the time they sent an officer, 20 minutes had gone by. The building was dark and quiet again. Nobody there. No footprints. No sign of forced entry. Later, I found out that the place had been shut down for years. Some kind of regional office for a tech company that went under. The building had no power. No staff, no security. No working locks, so who locked that door behind me? And who or what was walking those halls? I still don't know. But I do know one thing. I'm never taking another delivery to a building with no lights, no signs, and no way out. Not ever again.
Okay, so this happened back in 2004. When I was 19, I was working part-time at this pizza joint called Tony's Pizza in a little town called Maple Hollow. I'd only been there for maybe 2 months, but I kinda liked it. The pay sucked, yeah, but the tips made it bearable. Plus, it gave me something to do at night. Things at home weren't great. My older brother was sick, and I was helping cover some bills. So I didn't complain. Anyway, this one night still haunts me. Like, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've told people before, but no one really knows what to say after I finish. They just go quiet. So I'm telling it here, the way it happened, straight up. It was a Friday night in October, around Halloween, which meant things were busy at the shop. Everyone wants pizza when it's cold out, I guess. I started my shift at 6, and we were slammed. Orders coming in nonstop. I barely had time to sit down between runs. Around 11 p.m., just as things were finally starting to calm down, one more order came in. A large pepperoni, 2 bottles of soda, and a side of garlic knots. Simple. The address was somewhere I hadn't been before, way out past the town limits, on the edge of the woods. I asked my manager about it, and he just shrugged. Old rental cabins. People stay out there sometimes, he said. Just follow the GPS. Shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Famous last words. I packed up the order, hopped in my beat-up Civic, and followed the directions out of town. The streets got darker, and emptier the farther I drove. No houses, no streetlights. Just trees, thick black outlines against a pale sky. My headlights barely cut through the fog creeping in. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. Eventually, the GPS told me to turn onto this gravel road. No name, just a bend in the trees and a crooked wooden sign that said, Whispering Pines Cabin Retreat. Sounded like a place retirees would go fishing or something. The road was wide enough for one car and lined with weird, old-timey lamp posts. You know the kind, tall, rusty, with that yellow flickering light like something out of a horror movie. I followed the gravel until it split off into 5 narrow trails. Too narrow for a car, so I parked. At the junction, there was another wooden sign nailed to a tree. Someone had carved cabin numbers into it with an old knife or something. I found the path that led to cabin 3, the one on the order, and grabbed the pizza bag. As soon as I stepped onto the path, something felt off. The lamps here were smaller, and most of them were either broken or barely working. The light would flicker, hum, then go dark. I'd walk through maybe 10 seconds of light, and a minute of almost total darkness. My boots crunched against the gravel, echoing way too loud. The trees on both sides were so close, they felt like they were leaning in, watching. About halfway down the path, I heard something behind me, like a branch snapping. I froze, turned around. Nothing. I laughed it off, told myself it was just an animal. Raccoon? Deer? Maybe even a squirrel. But I picked up the pace after that. After what felt like a 5-minute walk, I reached a clearing. Cabin 3 was there, dead in the center. It was small, maybe the size of a studio apartment. One tiny front window, completely dark. No porch light, no cars, no sign of life at all. I knocked. The sound echoed, loud and hollow. No footsteps. No voice. Just silence, the kind that presses on your chest. I waited, then knocked again. Still nothing. So I pulled out my flip phone and called the number on the order. It rang forever, then went to voicemail. I was about to leave when I got a text. From the same number. Hey, not at the cabin right now. Doors unlocked. Just leave it on the table inside. Thanks. It didn't sit right with me. Something about it just felt weird. Why order pizza if you're not even there? And why not turn on the lights? But I didn't want to walk all the way back carrying a hot pizza. So I tried the door. It creaked open. Real slow, like in a haunted house movie. Inside, it was pitch black, like can't see your hand dark. I stepped inside, holding the pizza in one hand and my phone flashlight in the other. The place was freezing. Colder than outside. The air smelled like dust, old wood, and something else. Something sour, like meat left out too long. The cabin was one big room with a little table in the center. A couch in the corner. What looked like a bedroom door near the back. I walked in and set the pizza down on the table. Just as I turned to leave, creak, that bedroom door swung open on its own. My whole body locked up. A man stepped out, tall, pale, wearing what looked like old flannel pajamas. His eyes were sunken, like he hadn't slept in days. He didn't blink, just stared at me. Then, slowly, he started walking toward me. Hey, he said, voice flat. Got your tip right here. I tried to say something, but my throat wouldn't work. My hands were shaking. He walked faster. I said I got your tip, he repeated, louder this time. He was practically speed walking at me now. I backed up, heart pounding, trying to explain I was just dropping off the food, that the text said to come in. Then he lunged. I ducked, bolted for the door, and bam, I slammed right into someone else standing in the doorway. This guy was shorter, wearing a hoodie pulled over his face. I stumbled back, tripping over the couch, but didn't fall. The first man was right behind me. I don't know how I got my legs to move, but somehow I jumped over the coffee table and sprinted out the door, dodging past the guy in the hoodie. I hit the trail running so fast I thought my lungs would burst. They chased me. I could hear them crashing through the woods, their footsteps pounding behind me, branches snapping. I didn't dare look back. I just ran. Ran like my life depended on it, because it probably did. When I reached the main path, I nearly twisted my ankle on the gravel, but I didn't stop. The lamps were all out now, every single one. Just blackness. I found my car, jumped in, locked the doors, and peeled out so fast I almost drove into a tree. I didn't stop driving until I hit the gas station back in town. I called the cops, told them everything. When they checked the property, the cabin was empty. No sign of either guy. The cabin wasn't even supposed to be rented that night. The rental office said it had been vacant for weeks. The number used to place the order? Burner phone. Paid online with a prepaid Visa card? No trace. They never caught them. And here's the part that chills me the most. The guy in the hoodie. Where was he when I walked in? He didn't come out of the cabin. He wasn't on the path. He was already outside, waiting. That means he must have been in the woods, watching me walk in. Maybe even following me the whole time. I just didn't see him. I think about that a lot. How close I came to something awful. I still don't know what they wanted, but I know this. If I'd been just a little slower, if I'd frozen for 1 second longer, I don't think I'd be here telling you this story. Back in 2012, I spent a weekend at my cousin Haley's cabin up in Pine Hollow. She and her family had taken a trip to the coast, and they asked if I could stay over and keep an eye on the place. Mostly, they just needed someone to watch their cat, Whiskers, who apparently freaked out during thunderstorms. I said yes because honestly, I loved that cabin. It was tucked deep in the woods, miles from the nearest gas station. No neighbors, no traffic, no city noise, just trees, fog, and the sound of nature. Super peaceful during the day, ... but at night, it could get real spooky if your imagination ran wild. Haley had warned me there might be a storm that weekend. Just keep Whiskers company, she said. Shy hide in a closet or something if it gets loud. Sounded easy enough. So I got there Friday night. The sky was already heavy with clouds, and by morning, it was pouring. Thunder growled in the distance, like it was getting closer. But honestly, the first night wasn't bad at all. I curled up with a book on their old couch, listened to the rain hitting the roof, and fell asleep early. Whiskers didn't seem too scared either. She mostly kept to herself, sneaking from room to room like a little ghost. Saturday rolled in, wet and gloomy. The kind of day where the light never fully comes out and everything looks blue-gray through the windows. I was sitting in the living room, flipping through channels, when the landline rang. Yeah, an actual landline. Haley's family was old school like that. I figured it might be her checking in. But when I looked, the screen just said, "Unknown caller." I let it ring. No message. Just a few minutes later, it rang again, same thing. I still didn't answer. This time, a message did come through. I waited and listened from the hallway. It was a man's voice, very low. All he said was, "Haley?" and silence. And the line clicked dead. I remember freezing right where I was standing. Something about the way he said her name. It didn't sound casual or friendly. It sounded ... off. Like he was trying to find her. Like he thought she was hiding. I texted Haley right away. "Hey, some weird guy just called your house asking for you." But she didn't reply. I figured they were probably in a bad signal area or just busy with vacation stuff. Over the next few hours, the same number called 2 more times. No new voicemails, just long rings and silence. At that point, I started feeling like I wasn't completely alone out there. Still, I tried to shake it off. I made some lunch, watched TV, even baked brownies with whatever I could find in their pantry. I kept the radio on for noise. Whiskers didn't seem too bothered. She even curled up near the fireplace, which was rare for her, according to Haley. Later that night around 9-ish, I headed upstairs to watch a movie on the old box TV in the guest bedroom. The storm was louder by then. The wind was smacking branches against the windows, and thunder was practically rattling the walls. About halfway through the movie, I remembered Whiskers. I hadn't checked her food or water since early afternoon. I paused the movie and headed downstairs. That's when things started getting real weird. Whiskers was standing at the front door. Not just near it at it, completely still, staring at the thin crack between the door and the floor like something was behind it. Her ears were flat, and her body was tense like a statue. I said her name gently. Whiskers? She flicked her eyes toward me, just for a second, then locked right back onto the door. Didn't move an inch. I felt this sudden cold wave wash over me, the kind that starts in your spine and runs through your arms. Something about her body language was so unnatural. I slowly walked to the door and peeked through the peephole. It was fogged up from the rain, all blurry and distorted. But I swear I saw something shift. A shape, like someone was standing there, just barely out of view, not knocking, not moving, just standing. My brain tried to reason with it. Maybe it was a tree branch. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks. But my gut knew something wasn't right. I stayed there a few minutes, trying to get a clearer look, but the figure never moved again. Eventually, I walked away, checked Whiskers' bowls, grabbed a handful of crackers, and went back upstairs. When I passed the door again, Whiskers was gone. I looked through the peephole one last time. That shape? It was gone too. And that should have made me feel better. But instead, it made my skin crawl. Because whatever was it had moved. I grabbed Whiskers from under the kitchen table and carried her upstairs. She didn't protest, didn't squirm or meow, just kept staring toward the stairwell like she expected something to follow us. Back in the bedroom, I locked the door and turned the movie back on. I tried to pretend everything was fine, but my heart wouldn't settle. Every creak in the floorboards, every gust of wind, it all made me jump. Then, about 30 minutes later, Whiskers leapt off the bed. She padded to the bedroom door and stared at the gap beneath it. Not sniffing, not scratching, just staring. Exactly like she had downstairs. My chest tightened. I whispered her name, hoping she'd turn around. She didn't. I got up, walked over slowly. My bare feet felt glued to the wooden floor. I knelt and pressed my ear to the door. At first, I heard nothing, but then so faint, I almost missed it a creak. The sound of someone shifting their weight just outside, maybe a boot scuffing the wood. I bent down and peeked through the space beneath the door. What I saw made every hair on my body stand straight up. A pair of legs, just standing there, inches away. I couldn't see the face, couldn't even see the full body. Just pants dark, soaked, and boots facing the door. Facing me, I flew backward and slammed the lock shut. The moment the lock clicked, I heard movement fast. Heavy footsteps bolting down the stairs. I grabbed my phone and called 911 with shaking hands. The police got there within 20 minutes. They checked the house, the woods, the road, but found nothing. No footprints, no tire tracks, no broken windows. Just the rain falling steady, washing everything away. I told them about the phone calls, the man on the porch, the person at the bedroom door. They tried to trace the number that had called earlier, but got nothing. It was unlisted, untraceable. A dead end. They suspected it might have been someone stalking Haley, maybe someone who'd been watching her house. Maybe they thought the place was empty and came by to snoop around, only to realize someone was inside. I couldn't sleep that night. Every creak felt like footsteps, every gust of wind like breath on the glass. The next morning, I packed up and left as soon as the sun rose. Haley felt awful. She kept apologizing, saying nothing like that had ever happened before. But I could tell it shook her too. We never found out who it was. Never got another call. Nothing. Sometimes I think about what might have happened if I hadn't locked that door in time. And sometimes, when I can't sleep, I wonder if that man ever came back hoping she'd return to the cabin alone. You ever live somewhere so quiet it makes your ears ring? That's where I'm at. My name's Tom Weaver, and I live way out in West Hollow County, Montana. It's nothing but flat fields and old dirt roads as far as the eye can see. Not a neighbor for miles. Just corn, silence, and more silence. The nearest town, if you can even call it that, is this tiny place called Guilford, about 20 minutes down a bumpy gravel road. Blink, and you miss it. Anyway, I'm 42, technically retired after some work injuries, and I live alone. No wife, no kids. I keep to myself, do some odd jobs online, watch old westerns, and spend way too much time drinking cheap coffee and watching the sky. That's just how I like it. Or at least, I thought I did. This whole thing happened one rainy week in October. I remember it because the storms just wouldn't quit. Every day, gray skies, steady drizzle, and a cold wind that whistled through the cracks in the windows. Creepy enough on its own, but it gets worse. It was a Tuesday, sometime around noon, and I went out onto the porch to smoke a cigarette. I always liked the rain made the world feel even quieter than usual. I sat in my usual spot on the creaky old bench, listening to the steady patter of raindrops hitting the tin roof. That's when I saw something coming down the road. Now, my driveway's not even a real driveway, it's just a narrow dirt path that cuts through the field. So seeing someone actually coming down it, that's already weird. Out here, people don't just drop by. It was a guy on a motorcycle, one of those dirt bikes, red and muddy, engine grumbling under the rain. He wasn't going fast, just creeping along. I figured maybe he was lost or just trying to find a place to turn around. But he kept coming, closer and closer, until he rolled right up next to my garage and stopped. I stayed sitting, trying not to act jumpy. Could have just been nothing. He didn't get off the bike. He didn't say anything. He just sat there. The guy had a full-face black helmet on, so I couldn't see his face. But I swear to you, I felt him looking straight at me through that visor, the way a hawk watches a mouse. He didn't wave, didn't nod, just stared. After a few long, tense seconds, he turned the bike around and drove back down the path, disappearing into the curtain of rain. Now, that right there, that should have been the creepiest part of the day, but I was dumb. I told myself, he must have just been confused. I even laughed about it later, made another pot of coffee, called my cousin Jay, and told him about it like it was just a weird little moment. Didn't think much else of it. Big mistake? That night, the rain came back hard. Thunder shaking the walls, wind howling like an angry dog. I was sitting in the living room watching TV when I heard it again. That deep, growling engine hidden underneath all the storm noise. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then I saw it. A single headlight cutting through the fog and rain outside my front window. Same bike, same sound. This time, I stood up. My heart was pounding in my ears. It was pitch dark, except for the flicker of lightning. The rider crept closer. Then, just like before, he killed the headlight. Boom, gone. Just like that. I couldn't see a thing. I waited by the window for several minutes, trying to calm down, but he never came up to the house. He didn't go to the garage. He didn't knock. He didn't even move as far as I could tell. I kept checking every window, front and back. Nothing. But just as I was about to walk away from the kitchen window, I saw something moving in the fog behind the barn. Not the bike, a person. Fast, low to the ground, darting across the back edge of my property like they were trying not to be seen. I swear my blood turned to ice. That was no accident. This guy was hiding. I ran to my bedroom and grabbed the old shotgun I kept under the bed. It hadn't been fired in years, but I wasn't about to take any chances. I crept around the house, peeking out every window like I was trapped in some bad dream. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Muddy, wet footsteps slapping the ground right outside the walls. Not running, sneaking. Slow, careful. Like someone was circling the house, listening for movement inside. I pressed my ear to the wall. I could hear breathing. Every time I tried to catch a glimpse out a window, the sound moved. Always just out of sight. Like he knew where I was going before I got there. That's when it hit me. He wasn't trying to get in. Not yet. He was waiting for something. Or maybe someone. I panicked. I ran into the garage, hopped into my truck, and slammed the garage door open. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely get the keys in the ignition. I backed out fast, spun the truck around to face the house, and flipped on the high beams and roof lights. The yard lit up like a football field, and that's when I saw him. He was standing just outside the living room window, dressed head to toe in black jacket, gloves, boots, even a ski mask pulled under the helmet. In his right hand was a hammer, a big one. He was leaning forward, peering into the window like he was trying to figure out if anyone was home. I don't think he even realized I was behind him until the lights hit. He froze for half a second. Then, without warning, he sprinted off behind the house. I gunned the truck across the lawn just in time to see him grab the bike from where it was hidden in the weeds behind the barn. He kicked it to life and tore off into the storm, disappearing into the dark like he was never there. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the truck, shotgun in my lap, eyes glued to the fields outside. Every time the wind rattled the shutters, I flinched. The next day, I drove into Dilford and told the sheriff everything. They came out, took a report, looked around a bit, but they didn't find anything, no tracks, no prints, not even tire marks. Just mud, miles and miles of mud. They told me to keep an eye out and gave me a card. That was it. It's been months now, and I haven't seen him again. But I still sleep with the shotgun next to my bed. And I still check the windows every night before I turn off the lights. Because out here, when something bad comes down the road, there's no one around to hear you scream. And I'm not sure that guy ever really left. So this happened just a couple years back, fall of 2019, to be exact. I was 19 at the time, just a bored college dropout living in a sleepy little town called Maple Hollow, tucked deep in the Tennessee hills. Nothing much ever happened there. The kind of place with one gas station, one grocery store, and way too many trees. Now in our town, there was this one house everyone knew about, but no one really talked about. Folks called it the Carver Place, after the family who used to live there way back in the 90s. It had been abandoned for almost 20 years. You couldn't see it from the main road anymore. The woods had swallowed it whole. Branches clawed at the roof, vines crept up the siding, and even the gravel driveway had disappeared under moss and weeds. There were rumors, of course. Stuff kids whispered at sleepovers or dared each other to talk about. Some said the Carver family just vanished one night, left their dinner on the table, TV still on, dog barking outside. Others swore it was haunted, cursed, or worse, but nobody had any real answers. Just stories. And I've always been the curious type. Not brave, really, just ... Stupid enough to go looking for things better left alone. Anyway, one rainy Saturday afternoon, I had nothing to do and no one to hang out with. My best friend, Noah, had to work, and my sister, Lena, was out of town. So I figured, what the hell? I'd go check out the Carver place myself. I grabbed my flashlight, a water bottle, and an old army backpack, then headed out. The path to the house was almost invisible now. I had to push through tangled bushes and duck under hanging limbs. Every step sounded loud, like the trees were listening. After maybe 10 minutes of hiking, I spotted the roof, or what was left of it. The whole house looked like it was sagging under some invisible weight. It was creepy, even from a distance. When I finally got to the porch, the boards groaned under my feet like they didn't want me there. One of the front windows was shattered, the glass long gone. I peeked inside. All I saw was darkness and dusty shapes. I didn't hear anything, so I circled around to the front door. Weird thing was, it wasn't locked. In fact, it was already cracked open, just barely, like someone had stepped out and forgotten to close it behind them. I pushed it open with my foot and stepped inside. Immediately, the air changed. It was cold, colder than outside, and it smelled like wet wood, mold, and something sour. The kind of smell that sticks to the back of your throat. Inside, the house looked frozen in time. There were shoes still lined up by the door, and an old couch in the living room covered in sheets of dust. A framed photo had fallen to the floor. A family of 4, faces too faded to recognize. I bent down to look, but the glass had spiderweb cracks running through it. I took a slow walk through the downstairs rooms. Kitchen, dining room, a tiny bathroom. Everything was rotting. The wallpaper was peeling, and the wood floors had warped. Plates still sat in the sink, like someone had just finished lunch. I even found a calendar on the wall. The last date marked was October 1999. That's when I started feeling weird. Like I wasn't alone. It's hard to explain. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, but the air felt heavy, like it was pressing in on me. Still, I told myself I was being paranoid and headed upstairs. The stairs creaked loud with every step. I kept thinking they were going to collapse under me. At the top was a narrow hallway with 2 doors. One was open. The other was shut tight. I went into the open room first. It was a kid's bedroom. You could still tell by the peeling superhero wallpaper and the tiny bed pushed against the wall. All the furniture had been knocked over, like someone had left in a hurry. The closet door hung crooked on its hinges, and when I opened it, I found a tiny shoe, just one, sitting by itself in the corner. I was about to leave when I heard it, a soft thud from downstairs. Not the kind a house makes when it settles. This was sharp, sudden, like a footstep. I froze. My heart kicked up in my chest, thumping so hard I could hear it in my ears. I turned off my flashlight and waited, holding my breath. Nothing. No voices, no movement. Just silence. I knew I should leave. I didn't care what it was. Maybe an animal. Maybe the wind. Maybe something worse. Either way, I was done. I made my way back downstairs slowly, flashlight in hand again. But when I reached the front room, I stopped dead. The door was shut. I swear to you, I left it wide open. It had been swinging when I walked in. Now it was completely shut. I ran to it, grabbed the handle, and yanked. Nothing. It didn't move. Like someone had locked it from the outside. I panicked. Fully, completely panicked. My hands were shaking. I was breathing hard. I felt trapped. And worse, I knew I wasn't alone in that house anymore. I bolted for the broken window and climbed out fast, not even caring if I cut myself on the frame. I hit the ground running and didn't stop, didn't look back, just tore through the woods like something was chasing me. About halfway through the trees, I saw a light ahead, not flashlight light, but flickering red and blue. Police. I ducked behind a tree and peeked. 2 sheriff's cars were creeping up the path I'd just come from, pushing through the brush like they knew exactly where they were going. They didn't stop, didn't hesitate, just kept driving straight to the Carver house. And I knew right then they weren't coming for me. I stayed hidden until they passed, then ran the rest of the way home. Later that night, I told Noah everything. He didn't believe me, not really. Said it was probably squatters or a bad dream. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. In the days that followed, I checked the local paper, the town Facebook group. Even tried asking around, but nothing. No news, no reports, no arrests, no mention of police being in the area that day. It's like it never happened. But it did. And sometimes, late at night, I think about that closed door, about how it shut without a sound, about how I was the only one inside. At least, I thought I was. So this happened back in 2016. I was 23 at the time, and my name's Caleb. I had just finished up a few brutal months of work and decided to take a road trip from Denver to visit my older cousin Jake in a little mountain town called Summit Falls. We hadn't seen each other in years, and honestly, I just needed a break. I could have flown, sure, but there's something peaceful about driving long stretches of highway alone. Windows down, music on, no responsibilities for a while. That's what I was looking for. Just me, the road, and some decent snacks. I left on a Tuesday morning, packed light, filled the tank, and got going. The drive was supposed to take about 2 days, depending on how often I stopped. The first day went smooth, just flat roads, endless fields, and the occasional billboard advertising beef jerky or alien museums. Around 8 p.m., I was somewhere in the middle of nowhere. My eyes were tired, and I figured it was time to stop. I pulled into this sketchy gas station, one of those places that looks like it's been stuck in time since the 80s. Flickering lights, faded signs, empty parking lot. I checked my phone and found a nearby place called Holloway Inn, supposedly 10 minutes down a back road behind the station. The reviews were basically non-existent, but I wasn't in the mood to be picky, so I followed the directions. The road it sent me down? Yeah, that's where things started to feel off. It was narrow and cracked, with tall trees on both sides that leaned in like they were trying to whisper secrets. My headlights barely cut through the darkness. No other cars. No houses. Just woods and that uneasy silence that makes your skin crawl. After about 10 minutes of this, I reached a tiny town, or what was left of one. Everything looked abandoned or on the edge of falling apart. A diner with boarded windows. A post office that had a closed until further notice sign that looked older than me. And right at the end of the road stood the Holloway Inn. It was a squat little building, 2 stories, with peeling paint and a crooked sign hanging by a chain. The parking lot was empty, not a single other car. I parked, grabbed my bag, and stepped inside. The lobby was dim, with yellowed wallpaper and furniture that looked like it came from a yard sale. It smelled faintly like mold and something else I couldn't place, something metallic. There was no music, no TV, not even a ticking clock. Just silence. I stood there for maybe a minute before I heard soft footsteps coming from a hallway behind the counter. A woman came out. She looked to be in her 50s, with tired eyes and a stiff smile, like she hadn't had a real conversation in a while. She seemed startled when she saw me. "You're here for a room?" she asked, like it was a surprise anyone would be. I nodded, and she checked me in without asking for much, no ID, no credit card. She handed me an actual key, the kind with a plastic tag labeled Room 12, and pointed down the hall. "The last room on the left," she said. The hallway was long, and every few feet, one of the ceiling lights flickered or buzzed. The carpet was a dull red, stained in random places. Every door I passed was shut tight. When I got to my room, I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and immediately noticed the smell-damp wood, like the room had been sealed up too long. The place wasn't dirty, just off. There was a bed, a small sofa, a bathroom, and a knitstand with a busted lamp. I didn't bother unpacking. I was too tired. I flopped onto the sofa, scrolled through my phone for a while, and must have passed out. I woke up around 11 p.m. to this loud, pounding knock on my door. Not a regular knock either. This was frantic. Someone slamming their fist against the door like they were desperate to get in. I sat up fast, heart racing. The room was dark, except for the dim light coming in under the door. I walked over, opened it. Nobody was there. I stuck my head out and looked down the hall. Nothing. No movement. No sound. Just that weird buzzing from one of the lights. I stood there for a bit, confused and waiting to see if someone popped out. Maybe a prank or someone needing help. But no one came. Trying to shake it off, I locked the door again, got ready for bed, and climbed under the covers. I was too tired to care. But around 2 a.m., it happened again. Another loud, angry knock. This time it was faster, closer. I jumped out of bed, flipped the lamp on. It barely worked, and ran to the door. Same thing. No one there. Now I was creeped out. I threw on a hoodie and walked back to the front desk. The woman was there, sitting behind the counter like she hadn't moved since I checked in. I told her someone had been banging on my door twice and asked if maybe someone else was staying here. She looked at me weird and said, "You're the only guest tonight." I laughed nervously, thinking she was joking. She wasn't. I only keep 2 rooms ready nowadays. You're the only one checked in. I felt cold, like something invisible had just touched the back of my neck. I nodded and went back to my room, locking the door tight. Deadbolt, chain, everything. I laid in bed for a while, staring up at the ceiling, too creeped out to sleep. After a few minutes, I grabbed my phone and turned on the screen to maybe watch something to calm down. That's when I saw it. In the faint glow of my phone screen, something was in the corner of my room. It was a person, standing completely still, just a dark shape, tall, thin, facing me. I didn't even think. I flew out of bed and ran to the door, unlocking it with shaking hands. Behind me, I heard footsteps, heavy ones, slamming against the floor, getting closer, faster. I yanked the door open and ran. When I reached the lobby, the woman looked up and gasped. Her eyes widened, and she looked past me toward the hallway. She saw him too. Stay behind the counter. She shouted as she picked up the phone and dialed 911. The man, whoever he was, burst into the lobby, saw us, and ran straight out the front door. No words, no sound, just ran. No car, no headlights. He disappeared into the trees like he came from them. When the cops showed up, they took my statement. The security cameras were almost useless, just 2 of them, and only one was working. But that one camera, it caught something. While I had been talking to the woman earlier about the knocking, the man, that thing, had slipped into my room. While I was gone, he was in there the whole time. We never found out who he was. No ID, no sightings. Just gone. I grabbed my stuff and left that night. Didn't even wait for the sun. I drove until daylight hit my windshield and didn't stop until I got to Jake's place. I still don't know what that place was, or what that man wanted, but I've never stayed in another roadside motel since, and I never will. Okay, so I've got a story for you. It's one of those creepy ones that still makes me shiver a bit when I think about it. It happened in the fall of 2012. I was living with my cousin Leo and our friend Maddie. We were all 19 or 20, sharing a tiny rental house in this town called Elridge. It's one of those places with more cornfields than people, where everything feels just a little too quiet. We were all working part-time jobs and taking community college classes, so weekends were our time to breathe. Now, the three of us had this thing where we liked exploring weird places, abandoned buildings, old bridges, stuff like that. Nothing super dangerous, just weird enough to make it interesting. We'd filmed some of it and posted online for fun. One Friday, Leo heard about this old canned food factory out past the edge of town, near a place locals call Pine Hollow. It had shut down back in the late 80s after some kind of fire. Nobody ever fixed it up. It just sat there, rotting in the fields like a forgotten skeleton. The best part? It wasn't even on any maps anymore. Just a black smudge on satellite view. So naturally, we were like, we have to check it out. We loaded up the car that night, flashlights, snacks, cameras, all that stuff, and drove out past the edge of town. The road turned to gravel, then to dirt, then kind of disappeared. We followed an old path through knee-high grass, using our phones to navigate. By the time we saw the top of the factory, poking out from behind some trees, the sun had dipped below the horizon. It was one of those dusky purple skies where everything feels washed out and kind of unreal. The building was huge, way bigger than we expected. Rusted metal pipes stuck out of the walls like broken bones. Vines were growing all over the sides, and shattered windows stared out at us like dead eyes. Someone had spray-painted "Stay Out" across the front in big red letters, but it looked old, like it had been there for years. We ignored it, of course. There was a chain-link fence around the place, but it was falling over in spots, and we found a gap big enough to slip through. The front door wasn't really a door anymore, just a crooked metal sheet barely hanging on its hinges. As soon as we stepped inside, I felt it, that heaviness in the air, like the building was holding its breath. It was freezing in there, even though it hadn't been that cold outside. Every step echoed way too loud. The place smelled like rust, mold, and something else, something sour and faintly sweet, like rotting fruit. We clicked on our flashlights. The beams cut through thick dust hanging in the air like fog. Machines stood in rows, silent and covered in rust. Some were big enough to walk through. "This place is awesome," Leo whispered. His voice bounced off the walls and came back sounding different. We stuck together at first, walking between the machines, trying to see everything. Maddie took some photos while Leo checked out this half-collapsed staircase leading up to a second level. I noticed a hallway near the back, mostly hidden behind an old conveyor belt. I started walking toward it, then turned around to make sure someone was behind me. I saw a figure by one of the machines. They were in shadow, but I assumed it was Leo or Maddie. I waved my flashlight and kept going. The hallway was narrow and weirdly clean, like less dust, fewer cobwebs. My footsteps sounded muffled. I passed an open door that led into another room. Inside, there were more machines, but also what looked like a catwalk running along the ceiling with a ladder dangling from it. As I stepped inside, I heard something behind me. Footsteps. I turned around. No one was there. The door was half open. I stood there, flashlight aimed at the gap, heart starting to beat faster. "Leo? Maddie?" I called. Nothing. Then the door creaked, slowly, and shut. I stood frozen for a second, staring at the door. I knew I hadn't imagined the footsteps. Someone had followed me. I turned back to the room, scanning with my flashlight, when I heard something like a soft scrape against metal. That's when I saw him. A man, standing halfway behind a machine. He looked wrong. His clothes were filthy and torn, and his skin was pale and blotchy, like he hadn't seen sunlight in years. His hair hung in greasy clumps, and his eyes were the worst part. cloudy, too wide, like he hadn't blinked in a long time. He didn't speak. He just charged at me. I screamed and ran, slamming the door behind me and sprinting back down the hallway. My boots slipped on the dusty floor, but I didn't stop. I could hear Maddie yelling my name from somewhere nearby. I burst into the main room, out of breath and panicking. "We have to go," I shouted. "Now." Leo came running from the other side. "What happened?" I didn't answer. I grabbed Maddie's arm, and we ran. Out the door, through the fence, all the way back to the car. Only once we were inside, doors locked, engine running, did I tell them. That man had been inside the building, watching, waiting. He didn't just stumble in there. He'd been living there, hiding in the shadows, waiting for someone to wander off alone. I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't heard those footsteps, if I'd turned my back for one more second. We never went back to Pine Hollow, and none of us talk much about what happened. But sometimes late at night, if I'm walking somewhere quiet, I swear I hear those same footsteps behind me. Soft, slow, getting closer. As told by Eric Reynolds, 34, of Birch Hollow, Oregon, fall, 2016. All right, so this happened a few years ago, back when I was still living alone in this old rental house on the edge of Birch Hollow, a small quiet town nestled right up against the base of the forest hills. It is the kind of place where people leave their doors unlocked, and gossip spreads faster than wildfire. You know the type. It was a Monday night in October. I'd just gotten home from my shift at the auto shop around 8:30. Nothing special. Just another slow day fixing up beat-up pickups and rusted-out minivans. I was exhausted, but still wide awake, so I did what I usually did back then. Fired up my gaming rig and jumped online to hang out with a few of my buddies from back east. You should probably know, I'd been living alone since my twin brother, Jake, moved out 6 months earlier after we had a pretty bad falling out. Long story. The point is, the house felt empty. Too quiet. Most nights, I filled that quiet with games, YouTube, or background noise, just to avoid thinking too much. Anyway, that night there was a weather alert on my phone, flash flood warnings and strong winds. But in Birch Hollow, those kinds of warnings pop up every other week. The town sits in a valley, so rain and floods are part of life. Nobody really takes the alerts seriously anymore. Around 11 p.m., we were deep into a match when something hit the side of the house. Hard. Not like a branch or something. I mean, the whole wall shook. It sounded like a car door being slammed shut right next to my head. I yanked off my headset and listened. The wind was howling, and rain was smacking against the windows in thick sheets. But the weird part? The house started creaking, like ... actually swaying. And this is a one-story ranch-style house made of brick and old bones. It's not supposed to move. I turned back to my screen to tell my friends what was happening, but right then, bam, everything flickered. Lights, screen, router off for a second, then back on. Just long enough to make my stomach drop. I checked the call, still connected. I asked, "You guys still hear me?" But before anyone could answer, everything died again, this time for good. Now I'm standing there in the pitch black. No street lights, no screen glow, not even the microwave clock. Just dead silence and the sound of rain pounding the roof like drums. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. The battery was at 23%. Great. I figured it was just a blown fuse. Happens. I made my way to the front window and peeked out, trying to see if the whole block was out. But the storm made it nearly impossible to see past the porch. Everything beyond that was just a blur of wind and rain. At that hour, most houses were dark anyway. I sent a quick message to the group chat. Power's out. Probably done for the night. Then I remembered there was an old battery pack in the basement. Jake and I used to take it camping. It was beat up and dusty, but good enough to power a lamp or two. So I headed down to the basement. And let me tell you, that basement always gave me the creeps. Low ceiling, bare concrete floor, damp walls that smelled like wet cardboard. It had a single pull-string light that now, of course, was completely useless. I found the battery pack in a pile of storage bins. As I was heading back toward the stairs, I heard something. Not loud, not even clear, just dot a noise behind me. Like a soft thud. I turned fast with the flashlight, shining it toward the corner where we kept a bunch of moving boxes and old furniture. Nothing. But the storm picked up again just then, and the wind made the whole house groan. I told myself it was just that, the wind. Back upstairs, I plugged a little lamp into the battery pack and set it on the coffee table. Soft yellow light spilled out into the living room. Not much, but better than pitch black. I don't know why, but I didn't feel like sleeping. Not yet. Something just felt off. So I sat on the couch, opened the blinds, and watched the storm while letting a YouTube video play softly on my phone. Comfort noise, I guess. About an hour passed, and my curiosity got the better of me. I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch. The overhang kept most of the rain off. I looked across the street, and that's when things started getting weird. A few of the houses still had lights on. Not all of them, but enough to make me stop and squint. Wait, if it was a storm-related outage, why did some houses have power? I pulled up my phone and searched for local outages. Nothing. No reports. Nothing from the utility company. I stood there for another minute, just kind of confused. Then my phone buzzed. It was a text message from an unknown number. Power lines down ear area. Please remain inside. Power will be restored soon. Beck Power. Now, I'd never heard of BEC Power before, and that's not the name of our local provider. No logo. No official header. Just plain text from a regular phone number. That should have been a red flag right there. But I was tired, frustrated. Figured maybe they outsourced emergency alerts or something. So I just shrugged and went back inside. I was watching the storm out the window again, my phone resting on the arm of the couch, when I heard it. A single footstep inside the house. It came from the hallway leading to the basement. Now, I know every sound that house makes. I lived there for years. And I know the sound of someone stepping on the third stair from the bottom. The one that creaks like crazy when you step on it. That's the sound I heard. I froze. For a good 5 seconds, I didn't move. My ears were ringing from how hard my heart was pounding. I picked up my phone and slowly walked toward the hallway. My flashlight was shaky in my hand. I turned the corner and aimed the beam down the hall. The basement door was wide open. I hadn't left it like that. There's no doubt in my mind. I walked up slowly and shined the light down the stairs. Nothing. Just the dark swallowing the bottom half of the staircase. I closed the door, gently but firmly. Then I locked it with a little chain latch, even though it was mostly decorative. I stood there, listening. Nothing. I turned to walk back toward the living room, and that's when the real horror started. The footsteps came again, but this time they were running up the basement stairs. Fast, heavy, angry. I panicked and slammed my full weight against the door, just as something on the other side barreled into it. The whole frame shook. Whoever it was began ramming into it again and again. There was no lock, nothing strong enough to hold it. I grabbed my phone with one hand and dialed 911. As soon as the call started ringing, the pounding stopped, just like that. And I heard them, walking back down the stairs, one step at a time. Creak, creak, creak. I didn't wait. I bolted out the front door into the storm, jumped into my car barefoot, and drove across the street. I parked under a flickering streetlight and called the cops again to make sure they got the call. They did. Said they were on the way. I sat there, staring at the house. 10 minutes passed. Nothing moved. No one came out. When the cops arrived, 3 officers went inside. I stayed in the car with my doors locked. They searched the whole place. Basement, attic, closets, nothing. But the back door was unlocked, and muddy footprints led from the electrical panel in the basement straight to the stairs. That's how he got in. He cut the power himself. That fake text? Yeah, the cops traced the number. It wasn't from any company. It was a burner phone. Someone had gone out of their way to make me think there was a legit outage. Probably heard me open the front door earlier and knew I'd start checking. He wanted me to stay upstairs. He wanted me to not go check the basement. Whoever he was, he planned this. He knew my number, knew my routine, knew I'd go down to the basement to get that battery back. I never found out who it was. I moved out 2 weeks later. Haven't been back since. But sometimes, late at night, I'll get a random text from an unknown number. No words, just one emoji. This happened back in 2020, right before everything went weird with the world. I was 16 and staying at my cousin Jake's place for winter break. Jake lived in a tiny town called Millersfield, the kind of place where the biggest excitement is when the gas station changes its soda prices. We'd always been close, more like brothers than cousins. That winter, we had nothing but time, junk food, and video games. Most days, we played Call of Duty until our eyeballs burned. But one night, Jake got that look in his eye. You know the one, when someone's about to suggest something dumb, creepy, or both. Want to check out the old church? He said casually, like we were just going to 7-Eleven or something. I knew exactly which one he meant. Everyone in Millersfield talked about old St. Anselm's, a crumbling church way out past the woods at the edge of town. People said it was abandoned after a fire in the 90s, but nobody really knew why. Some said it was haunted. Others said it was cursed. There were all kinds of weird stories. One kid swore he saw someone watching him from the bell tower when he rode his bike past at sunset. Me? I'd never gone near it. But that night, something was different. Maybe it was boredom. Maybe it was curiosity. Or maybe it was just the way the cold air made everything feel a little more alive. Whatever it was, I said yes. We grabbed our jackets, flashlights, and phones and headed out. The walk to St. Anselm's took about 15 minutes. The road that led to it, Gray Pine Road, wasn't really a road anymore. It looked like it had been swallowed by the forest. Cracks ran through the pavement, filled with weeds and mud. Tree roots snaked across like claws, reaching for our ankles. The sky was clear, and the moon was huge, full, and bright enough that we barely needed our flashlights at first. But even with all that light, there was something off. The deeper we went down that road, the quieter everything got. No wind, no crickets, just the crunch of gravel under our shoes and our own breathing. And then we saw it. The church looked like something out of a nightmare. Half the roof was gone. Ivy and dead vines covered the stone walls. The front doors, 2 massive wooden things, were slightly open, like they were waiting for us. We stopped at the gate, which was hanging off one hinge, and looked at each other. "You sure about this?" I asked. Jake grinned. "Nope." We climbed through a hole in the fence and walked slowly up the path. The air smelled like damp wood and something else. Something sharp, like burnt metal. The closer we got, the colder it felt, even though there wasn't any wind. When we reached the doors, Jake pushed one open. It let out the loudest, slowest creak I've ever heard, like the sound of a scream stretched out over 20 seconds. It echoed inside, bouncing off the walls in weird, warped ways. We stepped in, and right away, something felt wrong. The inside of the church looked almost untouched. Rows of wooden pews still stood perfectly in place. The stained glass windows, though dusty, were mostly intact. There was no graffiti, no broken bottles, no animal nests, nothing. It was too clean, too preserved. "Dude," I whispered, "why is it so quiet?" Jake didn't answer. He was shining his light at the altar, slowly walking down the aisle. I followed, our footsteps sounding way too loud against the old wood floor. About halfway down, we both heard it. Thud. We froze. Then again thud. It was deeper this time, like something heavy had dropped. Jake spun around with his flashlight. "What was that?" "I don't know," I said, scanning the dark corners of the ceiling. "You think something fell?" Jake shook his head. "I didn't see anything move." We stood there, listening. Our flashlights flicked around the room, but everything was still. Then Jake pointed to a door along the left wall. "Let's check in there," he said. The door creaked open slowly. Inside was a small room filled with old boxes, stacked chairs, and broken hymnals. It looked like storage. We stepped in, closing the door most of the way behind us. And then we heard it again. But this time, it wasn't a thud. It was footsteps. Slow, steady, echoing footsteps on the wooden floor. Walking right down the aisle we had just been standing in. We didn't move. We didn't even breathe. Through the thin crack in the door, we watched. The footsteps grew louder, closer. Then we saw something move past the opening. Just a blur. A shape. A person. They didn't say anything. They didn't make a sound. Just walked past. The front door of the church creaked again. But this time, it didn't open. It closed, and the footsteps stopped. We stared at each other, hearts racing. Jake mouthed, "What the hell?" We waited for what felt like forever. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely hold my flashlight. Then Jake whispered, "We need to go." We slowly opened the door and crept out. The church was silent again. But the air felt heavier, like it was pushing down on us. We tiptoed back toward the entrance, but right as we reached the middle of the aisle, we heard breathing. Not ours. It was coming from behind the altar. Heavy, wet, labored. We didn't wait. We ran. We shoved the doors open and sprinted down the overgrown path, not looking back, not stopping until we hit the main road. We didn't talk until we were back at Jake's house, gasping for air in his driveway. "What the hell was that?" I finally said. Jake just shook his head. "I don't know. But it was standing right where you were, by the altar. It had to be watching us. And that's the part that still haunts me. There were no doors or hallways behind the altar. Nothing but a stone wall. So whatever it was that walked past us, it didn't come in from the front. It had been in the church before we got there. It had been standing at the altar, waiting. We never went back to St. Anselm's. Jake moved away the next year. I haven't told many people this story, because honestly, it sounds made up, but I know what I saw. We both do. Whatever was in that church, it wasn't just some squatter or prankster. It wasn't human. It was something else. Something that never left. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night and everything is quiet, I swear I can hear it. That slow, steady sound. Thud, thud, like footsteps. Still walking. Still searching. So, this happened back in the fall of 2016. I was 22 at the time, fresh out of college, and honestly just needed to get away for a bit. You know that feeling when everything gets too loud in your head? That's where I was. I decided to do a solo road trip from my small hometown in Southern Virginia, all the way to a friend's cabin in northern Idaho. She said I could use it for the weekend while she was out of town. Perfect timing, I thought. A long drive, alone with my thoughts, some snacks, and the open road. It sounded peaceful. Spoiler, it wasn't. I left around 6 p.m. on a Thursday. I had everything packed blanket in the back seat, extra water bottles, trail mix, 2 energy drinks, and a playlist I was actually proud of. For the first hour or so, I cruised through little towns with diners and gas stations and those "welcome to" signs that all looked the same. Once I got past the lights, though, the road turned into one long stretch of empty 2-lane highway. Trees on both sides, no streetlights, and barely another car in sight. Just my headlights and darkness. It was around 8:30 when I realized I should probably top off the tank. I wasn't even halfway through the first leg of the trip, but the gas stations were already getting further apart. I hadn't seen one for a while, and I didn't want to risk running low in the middle of nowhere. Finally, I spotted this tiny gas station just off the road. One flickering sign, 4 pumps. The building looked abandoned, no lights inside, windows dusty. The convenience store part was closed, but the pumps were working. I pulled in and got out to fill up, and the gas came out painfully slow, like 1 gallon every minute slow. I stood there, leaning against my car, staring out at the trees and listening to the bugs. Then I heard a car approaching. I turned and saw headlights way down the road, moving super slow, like way under the speed limit. It crept closer, past the gas station, then stopped, reversed, and backed into the lot. Kind of awkward and definitely weird. The place was empty except for me, and they chose to pump right behind mine. A tall guy got out. He was wearing a faded red hoodie, dark jeans, and boots that looked like they hadn't seen soap in a decade. He didn't say anything. Just stood there for a second, staring. I mean, full-on, locked eye contact from the moment I looked over. I gave a polite nod, tried to play it cool, then focused back on my pump. But I could feel him. You ever get that weird weight on your neck, like someone's burning holes into you with their eyes? That's what it felt like. Finally, after what felt like way too long, I heard him grab the pump and start fueling. That made me feel a bit better, like maybe he was just socially awkward or tired or something. I wrapped up my fill-up, got back in the car, and pulled away without looking back. Weird guy, but whatever. I had places to be. About 3 hours later, it started raining. Nothing wild, just a cold, steady downpour. My windshield wipers squeaked with every pass. I was on this narrow road cutting through thick forest, with no buildings or cars anywhere. It was like driving through a tunnel made of trees and fog, and the rain just kept falling harder. Around 1 a.m., I started nodding off. You know that feeling where your eyes are open, but your brain's off? Yeah, that I needed to stop, just for a little while. So I pulled into the next gas station I saw. This one looked worse than the first, like something out of a horror movie. The lights buzzed overhead. One of the pumps was tilted, like it had been hit by a car and never fixed. But the station had working lights and a canopy, so I figured it was good enough for a quick nap. I filled up again, then parked on the side of the building where the overhead light was flickering. I leaned my seat back and set a 30-minute alarm. Just enough time to recharge. The sound of the rain was oddly calming, like white noise. Within seconds, I was out. I woke up before the alarm. Something felt ... off. Not just groggy or cold. It was more like this heavy feeling in my chest. The kind you get when someone's standing behind you, and you don't know why you're afraid, but your whole body tenses up anyway. I sat up slowly and looked through the windshield. There was a car at the far pump. It was his car. Same dirty red hoodie, same rusty bumper with the peeling sticker. I was almost sure of it, but he wasn't in the car. He wasn't outside either. I scanned the lot, looked in the side mirrors, checked behind me. No sign of him. I felt my stomach twist. Something wasn't right. I reached for my phone to call anyone, but it wasn't in my seat. I remembered I'd left it on the dashboard. That's when I looked in the rearview mirror. He was in my back seat, sitting there, completely still. No expression, just staring. I don't remember unbuckling or opening the door. I just remember the cold slap of the rain as I threw myself out of the car. My door was still open. The car was still running. But I didn't hear him move, not even a sound. I ran straight into the trees. I crouched low, hiding behind the thickest trunk I could find, heart pounding, breathing through my mouth so he couldn't hear me. From there I watched. My car slowly rolled backward and stopped. Then the reverse lights turned off and the brake lights came on. He drove off, just like that, took my car, my stuff, my phone, left me alone, soaked, and shaking in the woods beside a broken-down gas station. After a while, I made my way back to the lot, watching every shadow, expecting him to come back. But he didn't. His old car was still there. I crept up to it, heart hammering. The driver's door was unlocked, keys still in the ignition, a half-eaten sandwich on the floor, groceries in the back seat like from someone else's shopping trip. And there was a phone on the passenger side floor. I picked it up, and thank God the emergency call screen worked. I dialed 911. Later, after the cops came and took statements, and I was safe in a station with a blanket and a cup of bitter coffee, they told me something I'll never forget. That car? It was stolen 2 days earlier from a woman in another state. They found her body off a hiking trail. Same car. Same story, except she didn't make it. They think he had been driving around doing this for a while, following people, waiting for the right moment, hiding in the back seats, waiting until the road was dark and quiet before making his move. They said I was lucky, that if I hadn't woken up early, hadn't checked the mirror, hadn't gotten out when I did, I probably wouldn't be here. They never found him, and they never found my car. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I think about that night, about how he didn't even run after me, about how still he sat, like he had all the time in the world. And I wonder if he's still out there, driving someone else's car, pulling into lonely gas stations late at night, waiting for someone who's tired, alone, and not quite paying attention. So if you ever take a road trip, and you're driving at night, and you stop to nap lock your doors and check your back seat. You ever get that weird gut feeling that something's off, but you can't quite say what it is? Like you're being watched, even when you're alone? Yeah, that's where this all starts. It was the summer of 1998. I was 24 at the time and living in this quiet little place called Willow Creek, up in the northern woods of Oregon. Picture a couple dozen houses scattered between hills, pine trees, and dirt roads that don't even show up on maps. It wasn't exactly a happening town, just a grocery store, a gas station, and this greasy spoon diner where everyone knew each other's business. The kind of place where you don't lock your doors because, well, nobody expects trouble out there. I was house-sitting for my Aunt Margie while she traveled around Europe with her new husband. She'd married this guy off the internet, and the whole family thought she was nuts, but that's another story. Her house sat on a huge piece of land, 38 acres of forest, open field, and one winding dirt road that connected back to town. It was quiet, peaceful, almost too peaceful. One Wednesday evening, I wrapped up work around 6. I did freelance editing from her office, so I didn't go into town often. But that night, I needed to stock up on groceries and dog food for her golden retriever, Max. The sun was still up, but starting to dip low, casting that golden hour glow over everything. So I got in the truck, drove the 20 minutes down the dirt road into town, and hit the grocery store. Like always, the place was nearly empty, just the cashier, an older lady named Fran, and 1 or 2 other shoppers. I was halfway down the canned goods aisle when I noticed him. This guy, probably late 30s. Tall, skinny, shaggy beard, and this old army green coat even though it was warm out. At first, I thought I just accidentally locked eyes with him at the wrong time. I smiled politely and kept walking. No big deal. But then I saw him again. Different aisle this time. I was looking at paper towels, and there he was, standing weirdly still just a few feet away. Not looking at anything on the shelves. Just ... standing, facing my direction. I glanced up and caught him watching me again. Not like a normal look either. This was something else. Cold, focused. I gave him a half-hearted hey, trying to break the tension. Nothing. No smile. No nod. Just silence. I hurried through the rest of my shopping, not wanting to make a scene, but definitely not enjoying the vibe. I paid, bagged up my stuff, and walked back out to my truck. Like usual, I parked toward the back of the lot, where it was quiet. And there he was again, standing between two cars. No bags, no receipt. Just standing there, watching me. I got in, locked the doors, and tried not to look as I pulled out. My heart was thumping. Maybe he was just some odd local I hadn't met yet. Or maybe he wasn't local at all. By the time I got back onto the dirt road, the sun was just about gone. I rolled the windows down a bit. There was this nice breeze that always came through the trees in the evening. Max was waiting by the door when I got home, tail wagging. I brought in the first load of groceries, set them on the counter, and got distracted with a phone call from my brother, Luke. It was maybe 20 minutes later when I went back outside for the rest of the bags. That's when I saw it. A truck. It wasn't mine. And it wasn't there earlier. It was sitting way out near the edge of the property, half hidden behind some trees with the headlights off. No dome light. No movement. Just ... sitting there. I froze. It was an old black pickup, rusty fenders, a cracked windshield, and what looked like garbage bags or blankets piled in the bed. The kind of truck that didn't belong to anyone you'd want knocking on your door. I squinted into the dark, trying to make out if anyone was inside. Couldn't tell. It was just far enough away that I could only see the outline of it against the moonlight. I didn't know what to think. Maybe someone got lost. Maybe they were sleeping it off. I didn't want to overreact. But they were on my land, and they definitely hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. I grabbed the rest of the groceries fast and went inside. Closed the door. Locked it. The whole time, Max was growling low under his breath, his fur puffed up, eyes locked on the window. I peeked through the front curtain and kept an eye on the truck. It didn't move. Not once. I stared for probably an hour, switching lights on and off inside, hoping maybe whoever it was would take the hint. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just some drifter. We get them sometimes, folks passing through. Too broke for the motel. Weird, sure, but not dangerous. Probably just looking for a place to sleep for the night. Still, something didn't sit right. That old truck felt like it had eyes. Around 11:30, I gave up, closed the curtains, and went upstairs to bed. Max followed me, still acting nervous, which was unusual for him. I left the hallway light on and crashed hard. Must have fallen asleep in under 5 minutes. Then sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. No idea what time it was. I didn't check the clock. But it was dark, completely dark. The kind of pitch black you only get out in the woods. And I had to pee. I shuffled across the room and opened the door to head to the bathroom. The moment I stepped into the hall, I heard it. Creak from downstairs. My body locked up. The floorboards in this house are old, but I know the sounds they make. That wasn't normal settling. That was weight, pressure, like someone was walking around down there, slow and careful. I held my breath and stepped quietly to the top of the stairs. The moonlight was shining in through the kitchen windows, just enough to light up a sliver of the hallway. And that's when I saw it. A shadow moving across the wall. Not from outside. It wasn't passing across the window. It was inside, in my house. I backed away slowly, heart hammering, and closed my bedroom door as quietly as I could. Max was already on alert, growling low, teeth showing. I picked up my phone, hands shaking, and dialed 911. I whispered, told them what was going on, gave the address, and stayed on the line. They said deputies were on the way. For 5 minutes, nothing happened. Then the creaking started again. Slow steps, moving from the kitchen into the living room. I could hear them so clearly, heels pressing into the wood, careful not to rush, like they were trying to stay quiet. That's when the real fear hit me. Whoever this was, they knew I was home. They didn't care. Then, outside, lights flashed. Red and blue lit up the trees and the porch. And just like that, thudding footsteps. Fast. Panicked. The front door flung open, and I heard boots on dirt, running hard. I cracked the bedroom curtain, just in time to see 2 deputies tackle someone running toward that black truck. It was him, the guy from the store. He'd followed me. He'd watched me, tracked me all the way back to the house. And when the cops got to him, you know what they found? A knife, a rope, and nothing else. No bag, no wallet, nothing he could use to steal anything. The guy told police he was trying to rob me. But he never took a thing. He wasn't grabbing valuables. He wasn't rifling through drawers. He was walking around like he knew the place, like he had time. And the way he moved, the way he waited outside, the way he stared at me in the store, this wasn't about money. This was personal. And I don't even want to think about what would have happened if I hadn't woken up, or if the police had taken just a few minutes longer. Sometimes I wonder if he's done it before. Sometimes I wonder if he'll try again. And sometimes, on really quiet nights, when the wind moves just right through the trees, I swear, I still hear the sound of that old truck idling out there, just beyond the edge of the property waiting. Okay, so this happened in 2023, and honestly, it still messes with my head when I think about it. My name's Ellie. At the time, I was 19 and living in a little town called Maple Hollow, one of those quiet places where nothing ever happens. Until something does. I wasn't exactly babysitting for money. Rachel and Tom were family friends, kind of distant relatives I saw at holidays. They had a 3-year-old son named Max, this sweet little boy with huge eyes and an obsession with dinosaurs. I'd offered to watch him every Friday night when they went out. It wasn't a big deal I lived nearby, and it gave me a reason to get out of the house. They never really said where they went, just that it was their grown-up time. Sometimes I thought it was a date night. Sometimes it felt like they were just escaping, but I didn't ask. Not my business. Anyway, one Friday in early fall, I got to their house around 8 p.m. It was one of those chilly evenings where the air smells like leaves and the sky gets dark before you even realize it. The house was warm and quiet. Rachel greeted me at the door in a hurry. "Max is already asleep in our room," she whispered, grabbing her coat. "He went down early. Should be an easy night." Tom gave me a quick wave from the car, and they drove off. I tossed my bag on the couch, did a quick check of the doors and windows, just my usual routine, and then parked myself in the living room. I didn't bother with the TV this time. I just scrolled through my phone for a while, keeping the house as quiet as possible. Max was a light sleeper, and the last thing I wanted was a cranky toddler waking up. About 45 minutes later, my phone buzzed. It was Rachel. "Hey, did you just try to call me?" she asked. "Nope," I said. "Everything's good here?" She paused. "Weird. I got a call from a number I don't know." No one spoke. "I thought maybe it was you on a different phone." "Definitely not me," I said, glancing at the front door. Rachel laughed nervously. "Okay, maybe just a wrong number. Let me know if anything feels off." We hung up. I brushed it off. But still, something about her tone lingered with me. About 20 minutes later, I noticed headlights shining through the cracks in the blinds. At first, I figured it was a neighbor pulling in. The street was narrow, lined with trees, and it wasn't unusual for lights to bounce around. But the lights didn't move. After a couple of minutes, I got curious and peeked through the window. That's when I saw the car. It was parked right in front of the house. An old, beat-up gray sedan with paint peeling off the sides. The windows were so dark, I couldn't see inside. The engine was off, just sitting there. And then I saw him. A man was standing outside the car. He was still too still, just standing near the edge of the driveway, staring up at the house. His face was shadowed, but something about the way he stood creeped me out. His head was tilted slightly to the side, like he was listening to something. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just watched from behind the curtain. After about a minute, he turned and got back in the car. But he didn't drive off right away. The car rolled slowly down the street, headlights cutting through the trees. Then it stopped again. I could see the glow of the lights through the branches. Then, nothing. The lights shut off. I waited by the window, holding my breath, heart thumping in my chest. No footsteps. No doors slamming. Just silence. Eventually, I sat back down. I kept checking over my shoulder every few minutes, telling myself it was probably just a confused driver or someone lost. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. About an hour later, the house was completely still. I was half awake on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, eyes burning from staring at my phone. That's when I heard it. A soft tap. I sat up, unsure if I imagined it. Then, another tap, this one sharper, like a fingernail against glass. I froze. The sound was coming from the back of the house, from the kitchen. Slowly, I crept down the hallway. My feet barely touched the floor. As I passed the kitchen entrance, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. There was a man outside the back door. The same one, I was sure of it. He was standing there in the dark, face pressed against the glass, tapping with one finger. His other hand was on the doorknob, and he was smiling. I gasped, and the moment his eyes locked with mine, his expression changed. That smile dropped. He gripped the handle with both hands and started yanking it violently. The door shook in its frame. I ran. I bolted up the stairs and into Rachel and Tom's room where Max was sleeping. He woke up, confused and crying. I scooped him up and whispered, "It's okay. We're playing a quiet game now, she." Downstairs, I heard a loud bang. Then another. Something metal was being slammed against the door. With Max in my arms, I tiptoed to the top of the stairs and listened. Crack. The door gave way. I could hear footsteps inside now. Slow. Heavy. Each one made the wood floors creak. I backed away and looked for somewhere to hide, but there wasn't time. I had no choice. I clutched Max tighter and sprinted down the stairs. Just as I rounded the corner, I saw him. He was already in the hallway. He wore dark clothes, his hair greasy and tangled. But the worst part was what he held in his hand. A long, rusty knife. He didn't say a word. He just ran at us. I turned and ran for the front door, barely managing to yank it open. I flung myself and Max onto the porch and down the steps, the man just inches behind us. I could hear his breath. He was fast. I dove into my car, shoved the key into the ignition with shaking hands, and locked the doors just as he reached the driver's side window. He slammed his hand against the glass, leaving a streak of something dark behind. Blood? I didn't know, and I didn't wait to find out. I hit reverse and peeled out of the driveway. I didn't stop until I was in the next town over. I pulled into a gas station, parked under the lights, and finally called 911. The police went to the house. But of course, by the time they got there, he was gone. No sign of forced entry. Just the back door barely hanging on its hinges. I called Rachel and Tom next. They sounded shaken, but thanked me over and over. Told me I did the right thing. But after that night, everything changed. They never called me again. Never asked me to babysit. I sent a couple of messages just to check in on Max, but they didn't respond. It was like they disappeared. A week later, I tried doing some digging. I searched online, looked up the house, the family, anything, and I found something weird. Rachel had been married before. The guy's mugshot was still floating around on the internet. He'd been arrested years ago for something involving a child custody dispute. He looked a lot like the man I saw that night. No way to know for sure, but my gut tells me it was him. Why he came back. Why he chose that night. Why he tried to get inside while they were gone. I don't know. But here's the thing that still keeps me up sometimes. How did he know they'd be gone? And if I hadn't been there, what would have happened to Max? Sometimes when I'm trying to sleep, I swear I can still hear that tapping on the glass. Okay, so this happened back in the fall of 2017. I was 23 at the time, just old enough to feel like I could handle myself, but still young enough to make some dumb decisions. I was on this solo road trip across Colorado, trying to clear my head after a rough breakup. I'd been bouncing between small towns, visiting some extended family, and just soaking in the quiet. Anyway, on the last leg of my trip, I had one final stop before heading home to Denver, a little wooden cabin I'd found on a rental site. It was tucked away near a place called Cold Hollow Ridge. Ever heard of it? Yeah, neither had I. The name should have been a red flag, honestly. I had booked the cabin for one night. It was supposed to be peaceful, just me, a book, some leftover burrito from the gas station, and a hot shower. I wasn't expecting anything fancy. But what I got? Man, it still messes with my head. The drive there was beautiful at first. Golden trees lining both sides of the road, the sun starting to dip low. But once I passed the last town, it was just ... woods. Nothing but thick, dark forest and winding roads for miles. I didn't see another car or house for almost an hour. The cabin finally popped up on my GPS, and I turned down this gravel path barely wide enough for my car. At the end of it was the Cabin Willow Cabin, the listing had said, but it didn't look all that cozy in person. The place was surrounded by these huge pine trees that looked like they'd been planted in a perfect, creepy line, like soldiers guarding the place. And the weird thing? There were no other cabins nearby, no neighbors, just woods and silence. When I stepped out of the car, the quiet was so loud it made my ears ring. You ever been somewhere so silent you start hearing your own heartbeat? That kind of quiet. The cabin itself looked old from the outside wood siding, small porch, rusty light above the door. I used the code the host, Ben, had emailed me to unlock the padlock. Inside, though, it was actually really nice. Renovated, clean, smelled faintly of pine and fresh paint. A little too fresh, now that I think about it. I set my stuff down, heated up my burrito, and sat at the little table by the window. I was only about 10 minutes into eating when I heard it. Knock, knock. I froze mid-bite. There hadn't been any sound before that. No car pulling in. No footsteps on the gravel. Just those two sharp knocks at the front door. I got up slowly, half expecting it to be a mistake. Maybe someone lost? When I opened the door, there was a man standing there. He looked to be in his 40s, wearing a flannel shirt and jeans. Bald head, big, uneven gray and black beard. He was smiling, but not the friendly kind of smile. It looked ... practiced, forced. Evening, he said. Just wanted to check if you got in all right. I blinked. UH, yeah, I'm good. Great. he replied, still smiling. Just making sure. Then he nodded, turned, and walked off into the trees. Not toward a car, not down the driveway, just ... into the woods. I stood there, watching the darkness swallow him up. I didn't know what to make of it. Maybe he was the host. But why wouldn't he text first? And why didn't he say his name? Also, this part sticks with me. He smelled awful. Like wet soil, sweat, and something else I couldn't place. Something ... sour. Shaken but trying to brush it off. I locked the door, finished eating, and took a quick shower to calm down. I kept thinking maybe I was overreacting. Maybe he lived nearby and just wanted to be helpful. But then, maybe 5 minutes after I climbed into bed with my phone, I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, 3 knocks. Louder, heavier. My heart dropped. No way it was anyone else. I hadn't heard a car. Hadn't heard footsteps. Just that knocking again. I stayed in bed for a second, hoping it would stop. But then came his voice. Hey, ... can you open up? I forgot to mention something. Nope, I didn't even move at first. I just listened. He knocked again. Come on. Just a quick question. I sat up slowly and crept into the main room, trying not to make a sound. The blinds were closed, but I could hear him just on the other side of the door. Breathing. I didn't want to open it, obviously. So I called out, trying to sound firm. It's late? If it's not important, I'd like to be left alone. He was silent for a long time. Too long. I waited, holding my breath. No footsteps, no rustling. Just nothing. Then I crept up to the door and looked out the peephole. Nobody there. I stared for a solid minute, waiting for something to move. Still nothing. But just as I was turning to go back to the bedroom, I saw him. Not at the door. At the window. He was crouched low, peeking in from the side like he was trying not to be seen. His eyes met mine, and he grinned. My whole body turned to ice. I bolted for the bedroom, slammed the door shut, locked it, and grabbed my phone. I called 911, trying to stay quiet as I gave them the address. While I was on the phone, I heard it. A creaking sound, then a scraping. He was trying to open the window. I whispered everything to the dispatcher, heart pounding so loud I thought it would give me away. I heard him try another window, this one in the kitchen. I didn't move. I just sat on the floor, back against the wall, phone clutched tight in my hand. Eventually, the sound stopped. The dispatcher told me officers were on their way, but it might take a while, given the location. 10 minutes later, red and blue lights filled the trees. When the cops got there, he was gone. Just ... gone. They searched the woods, found a few footprints near the windows, but no clear trail. The weirdest part? They said there was no car anywhere nearby. He'd come on foot. From where? No one knew. Later that night, we got in touch with the real host, Ben, a young guy who lived 2 hours away. He said no one should have been there. He had no caretaker, no neighbors, no friends in the area. And no, he didn't stop by to check on guests. That man was a stranger. To this day, I have no idea what he wanted. Maybe he was just trying to scare me. Maybe worse. But I keep thinking back to those first knocks, the way he stood there, smiling like he knew something I didn't. I still get chills thinking about his eyes at the window. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I imagine hearing those knocks again. Knock, knock. Just 2 taps. Slow, measured, like he's testing if you'll open the door. If you ever stay somewhere out in the woods, double-check the locks. Trust your gut. And whatever you do, don't open the door. You know how some nights just feel off, even though everything seems normal? That's how this all started. It was back in January of 2022. I remember because it was right after the holidays, and life was just kind of settling back into its usual boring rhythm. I was living in a small rental house in Pine Hollow, a little town about an hour from the nearest city. It's one of those places where folks leave their doors unlocked during the day and wave at every car that passes, even if they don't know who's inside. I lived there alone. It was peaceful, surrounded by thick woods on all sides, the kind of place where your backyard looks like it could go on forever. Quiet, still, until that night. It was a Friday, and I only had to work a half day at the library. By the time I got home, the sun was already low, painting everything gold. I was looking forward to a lazy evening, some leftover pizza, a movie, and no responsibilities. Around 6:45 p.m., I got a call from my cousin Trevor. He worked the night shift at a gas station out on Route 19. His voice came through the speaker, scratchy and a little rushed. "Hey, Mia, my car's dead. Again, you think you could pick me up when I get off? Maybe we can swing by Burger Barn or something?" This wasn't new. Trevor's old clunker was practically held together by duct tape and prayer. I told him sure, no problem, and that I'd be there by 8:30. I grabbed my coat from the hook near the front door, slipped on my boots, and opened the door just like any other night. But the second I stepped out, I nearly screamed. There was a man standing on my porch. He was so close, I could have touched him without reaching. His face was mostly hidden. He had a thick scarf pulled up past his nose, and a worn-out beanie pulled low over his eyes. His coat was old and heavy, the kind of thing that looked like it had been through a dozen winters. He didn't jump. He didn't flinch. He just stood there, like he'd been waiting. I froze. "Oh, I was just about to knock," he said, his voice muffled by the scarf. My heart was racing, but I managed to nod and ask, "You? Can I help you?" He hesitated, looking me up and down, like he wasn't sure if I was the person he was looking for. "Is this ... Devin's place?" he asked. "No," I said, a little too quickly. "No one named Devin lives here." He stared for a second longer, then gave a short, almost robotic okay, and turned to leave. I watched him walk all the way down my driveway. He didn't look back once, just kept walking, disappearing into the dark where the trees swallowed the road. That weird feeling? It didn't go away. I locked the door behind me and stood there for a second, trying to shake off the unease. Maybe he was just confused. Maybe he was just lost. People get turned around out here all the time, especially with how twisted the road signs are. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about it during the drive to pick up Trevor. The way he stood so close. The way he didn't react. The way he walked off like he wasn't really leaving. Trevor and I grabbed some burgers, joked about his cursed car, and I dropped him off at his place by 9 o'clock. It had started snowing gently, just a dusting. Enough to cover the roads, but not enough to worry about. When I got home, everything was quiet. I parked, walked up to the door, and let myself in. Inside, it was warm, cozy even. I tossed off my boots, flopped onto the couch, and turned on some dumb reality show I'd seen a dozen times. For a while, I forgot about the man. Maybe 2 hours passed. I didn't really look at the clock. I just know it was late, and I was starting to drift off. As I got up and stretched, heading toward the stairs, my eyes flicked toward the front door, and that's when I remembered him, the man on the porch. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt this tight knot in my stomach. I tiptoed over and peeked through the peephole. Nothing. The porch was empty. Snow was falling steadily now, and everything was still. Not even a breeze. I almost turned away, but something caught my eye. There were footprints. Not old, half-covered ones either. Fresh prints, clear and sharp, pressed into the thin layer of snow on the driveway. They came up from the road. They passed by my car, and then they veered off into the side yard, toward the tree line. I opened the door just a crack to get a better look, but I couldn't see past the trees. The yard was dark, and the snow made everything feel muffled and distant, like sound couldn't even get out. I shut and locked the door, heart pounding. If that was him again, why had he come back? I paced around the house, checking each window, peeking through the blinds. Every shadow looked wrong. Every creak in the walls made me jump. I finally called 911. "There's been someone outside my house twice now," I said. "He came to my door earlier, said he was looking for someone. Now there are footprints, and I think he's out there again." As I talked to the dispatcher, I heard something. A faint crunch, like snow being stepped on. I stopped talking and strained to listen. Silence, and another crunch. And then, bang. A thunderous slam shook the back of the house. I dropped to the floor, clutching the phone. "There's someone at the back door," I whispered. I crawled down the hallway, heart hammering so hard I thought it might stop. Another bang. The back door rattled in its frame. I could barely see through the glass, but there was movement. A shadow shifting back and forth. Another slam. Louder. They were hitting the door with something heavy. A crowbar? A bat? I couldn't tell, but it wasn't just fists. "Ma'am, you need to get out or find a place to hide," the dispatcher said in my ear. I didn't think. I grabbed my keys, yanked my coat off the hook, and made a break for it. I flung the front door open and sprinted for my car. The cold hit me like a slap. Snow crunched under my boots, and for a split second, I swore I saw movement near the trees. But I didn't stop. I threw myself into the car, slammed the door, locked it, and peeled out of the driveway. By the time the cops arrived, the back door was wide open, splintered, and hanging on one hinge. Snowy footprints were all over the house. Someone had come inside. But no one was there when they searched. I gave them a description of the guy from earlier, but there wasn't much to go on. Just a coat, a scarf, and dead eyes that never blinked. They never caught him. No suspects, no signs, nothing. I've changed the locks since then. Got a new alarm system. Cameras, too. But sometimes, late at night, I catch myself looking out the peephole, just in case. Because the scariest part? It wasn't some dramatic, cursed day. It wasn't Halloween, or a full moon, or Friday the 13th. It was just a regular Friday in January. And whoever that man was, he knew where I lived. Back when I was 26, I worked night shifts at a little roadside diner in a small Colorado mountain town called Pine Bluff. The place was called Dusty's Diner, though Dusty hadn't owned it in years. It was one of those all-night joints, greasy food, flickering lights, and a bell that rang any time the front door opened. Most nights were quiet, especially during the week. Locals called it the loneliest diner west of Denver, and yeah, it lived up to the name. I usually worked alone, didn't mind it. In fact, I kinda liked the silence. I could prep food, clean up, and play music or scroll through my phone without anyone bugging me. Plus, most people who came in after midnight were either drunk, lost, or both, so it wasn't like I missed great company. This one Tuesday night started like all the others. I came in at 9 p.m., said hi to Bonnie, she did the evening shift, and took over the counter. She told me it had been slow. No surprise there. By midnight, the diner was dead quiet. Not even a takeout call. The only sounds were the buzzing fluorescent lights and the hum of the soda machine. I prepped a few things for breakfast service, then plopped down in the back booth with my phone and a plate of fries. Then, at exactly 1:08 a.m., the bell on the front door chimed. Ding-a-ling. I stood up right away, thinking maybe it was a trucker or someone needing coffee. But when I peeked into the dining area, there was nobody there. The door was shut. Not a soul in sight. I thought, okay, maybe the wind? But the door was heavy, and it never rang unless someone opened it. Still, I shrugged it off. Maybe I imagined it. I was tired. 15 minutes later, the bell rang again. I froze mid-bite, then slowly got up and walked to the front. Again, nobody. The air felt colder this time. Like a window had been left open, except I knew they were all shut. I stepped outside, looked around. The parking lot was empty. No cars. No people. No wind. I went back inside, a little unsettled now. I checked the door, pushed it, pulled it, jiggled it, but it wouldn't make that ringing sound unless it opened all the way. And I definitely heard it both times. I stayed up front after that. Just stood there behind the counter, arms crossed, waiting to hear it again. 30 minutes passed. Nothing. So I figured it was done and went to clean up the back area. It was around 2:30 a.m. when it happened again. Ding-a-ling. This time, I didn't move. I just listened. There were no footsteps, no voices, no breathing, just silence. Still, I called out, "Hey, anyone out there?" Nothing. That's when I got this weird feeling. Like someone was out there, but didn't want to be seen. It made the hair on my arms stand up. I peeked into the dining area again. Empty. So I just stayed in the kitchen, trying to shake it off. Maybe it was a prank, or a sensor glitch. But deep down, I knew something was off. Another hour passed without a single customer. The whole shift had been dead. At 4 a.m., I went up front to count the till and get ready for the morning shift. That's when things got really weird. As I stood at the register, counting the meager bills from earlier, I felt something, like someone watching me. I looked up. The diner was still empty. I turned around, looked into the kitchen. Nobody. But the feeling wouldn't go away. It was like a pressure behind my eyes, a crawling sensation on the back of my neck. I kept glancing over my shoulder, like I knew someone was there. Then I heard it. A single heavy thud, like a boot hitting the linoleum floor. I spun around. There was a man standing 5 feet behind me. I didn't hear him come in. I didn't hear the door. I didn't hear anything. He was wearing dark, torn-up clothes. His hoodie was pulled low over his face, shadowing most of his features. But what I could see, man, I wish I couldn't. His skin looked pale and almost wet, like he'd been out in the cold too long. His eyes were bloodshot so red, they barely looked human. And in his left hand, he held a long, jagged knife. He didn't say a word. Just stood there, staring at me like I wasn't even a person. Like I was an object? I froze. My mind raced. What do I do? Try to run? Talk to him? Give him money? I raised my hand slowly and said, "You can have the register, all right? I won't say anything. Just let me go." No reaction. He just tightened his grip on the knife. His fingers turned white from squeezing it so hard. I could feel my heart pounding in my throat. I was standing behind the counter, and the only way out was to go toward him, then around the corner and out the front door. I knew if I tried to run past him, he could grab me. Or worse. So I did the only thing I could think of. I jumped over the counter. I landed hard on the tile, scrambled to my feet, and ran for the door. I could hear him behind me, sprinting with heavy footsteps, and I swear I could hear him growling. I burst through the door and didn't stop running. My car was around back, but I didn't even try for it. I just ran straight down the road, hoping anyone might see me. I didn't look back, not once. At some point, I realized the footsteps were gone. I kept running until I reached the gas station at the corner and banged on the glass like a maniac. The attendant let me in, and I called the cops. They got to the diner about 5 minutes later. The man was gone, but the diner, wrecked, tables flipped, plates smashed, food tossed everywhere. He'd torn the place up like a wild animal. Then he went out the back and carved up my car with that same knife-deep, zigzagging scratches along the doors and windows. The police said he was probably hiding in the woods behind the diner, watching me through the windows. They guessed he rang the bell earlier just to mess with me, to see how I'd react. Maybe to find a way in without being noticed. And here's the creepiest part. The last time the door rang was a full hour before he appeared behind me. So either he sneaked in and hid inside the diner for an hour, or he was standing outside that whole time, watching me through the glass. Either way, I still get chills thinking about it. They never caught him. They searched the woods, checked cameras, nothing. No leads, no name, no trace. To this day, I don't know who he was or why he picked me. Maybe I reminded him of someone. Maybe he was just some lunatic passing through. Maybe he was something else entirely. All I know is, I quit the next morning, left the keys on the counter, and walked away. Never worked another night shift again. Sometimes, when I drive by the old diner now closed and boarded up, I swear I still see that shape by the window, watching, waiting. So this happened during winter break in 2022. I was 17 at the time, and my cousin Max and I were spending the week with my Uncle Rick at a small cabin he'd rented way up in the woods of Cold Hollow, Vermont. It was supposed to be a quiet trip, just the three of us, getting away from the noise of the city for a while. Uncle Rick had just started looking at land out in rural areas. He was thinking of retiring early and wanted to see if he could handle living somewhere totally off the grid. So he found this cheap cabin rental online that claimed to be secluded and peaceful. Secluded was an understatement. It took us almost 12 hours to get there. I drove the first part with Max riding shotgun, and Uncle Rick took over when we got into the thick of the mountains. The roads got narrower and bumpier the deeper we went. By the time we pulled up, it was sunset, and the last bit of sun made the snowy forest glow like fire. It was beautiful, honestly, but there was also something weird about it. Like the woods were watching us. The cabin looked like it hadn't been used in years. It was one of those crooked wooden places where every step makes the floor creak and the walls groan. No cell service. No neighbors for miles. Just trees everywhere. We unloaded the car, got the fireplace going, and made some food. Max and I set up our sleeping bags in the living room, since the cabin only had one bedroom. Uncle Rick took that room and went to bed early. Max stayed up for a bit playing a game on his phone until it died. Then he crashed. I wasn't tired yet, though, so I grabbed my coat and stepped out to the back porch. It was freezing cold, but the sky was so clear you could see every single star. I spotted a rusty little fire pit and figured, why not? I grabbed some logs from the woodpile, lit a fire, and sat there soaking it all in. For the first time in a while, everything was quiet. Like truly quiet. No traffic, no sirens, no hum of electricity. Just the crackle of the fire, the whisper of wind in the trees, and the occasional creak from the cabin behind me. But then, after about 20 minutes, I heard something. It came from deep in the woods. A single sharp crack like wood snapping. At first, I figured it was just a branch falling, but then I heard it again. This time, it was clearer, more deliberate, like someone swinging an axe into a tree. I stood up, staring out into the darkness between the trees. I couldn't see anything. The fire cast a soft glow, but everything beyond it was pitch black. The sound didn't come again, but that calm, peaceful feeling I had, gone. I doused the fire, went inside, and locked the door behind me. The cabin was silent. Uncle Rick was snoring in the bedroom, and Max was out cold in his sleeping bag. I tried to shake it off and sat down to watch a movie I'd downloaded earlier. About 15 minutes in, I heard a sound again. This time from inside the cabin, like a floorboard creaking somewhere behind me. I muted the movie and listened. Nothing. Then, a soft thud from the front wall of the cabin, near the window. I got up slowly and leaned toward the glass, trying to see if something had fallen outside, or if maybe an animal had brushed against the cabin. That's when the knocking started. Loud, sudden, violent. Bam, bam, bam. The whole front door shook. The walls vibrated like they were going to snap apart. I jumped back, my heart nearly exploding out of my chest. Max sat bolt upright in his sleeping bag, asking what the heck was going on. Uncle Rick came stumbling out of his room, half awake and confused. I told him someone was at the door. His eyes went wide, and he immediately grabbed his phone to call 911, even though we both knew there was no signal. He held the phone up anyway, pacing the room, hoping for one bar. Meanwhile, I crept up to the door and peeked through the peephole. There was a man standing there. He wasn't moving. He wasn't saying anything. He was just staring, standing a few feet from the door, arms at his sides, completely still. And in his right hand, he was holding an axe. Not a tool, not a camping axe, a huge, old, heavy one. The kind you'd see in a museum or a horror movie. I whispered, "He's got an axe." And Rick looked at me like he didn't believe me until he saw my face. Max was frozen in place, clutching his sleeping bag like a shield. Then the man hit the door with it. WHAM. The metal blade punched through the wood just slightly, cracking it. Splinters flew into the room. That was enough for Rick. He yelled for us to run. We bolted to the back of the cabin and locked ourselves in the bathroom, the only room with a deadbolt. We huddled there in the dark, barely breathing. Outside, we could hear him. 4 more strikes. Then silence. Minutes passed. We didn't know if he was still out there or gone. It felt like forever. My heart wouldn't slow down. My ears were ringing. Finally, we heard the faint sound of tires on snow. Red and blue lights flickered through the cracks in the wood. Somehow, a deputy had made it out there. He knocked gently on the door, identified himself, and we slowly, carefully came out. The front door was wrecked, deep gashes from the axe. The window had a crack in it, like someone had been pressing against it. But the man? Gone. No footprints, no tire marks, just nothing. Like he'd vanished. The deputy stayed with us while we packed up. We left that night, didn't even wait for the sun to rise. The next day, Rick called the rental company. They claimed no one else was out in that area, no hikers, no locals, nothing. They also couldn't confirm who had used the cabin last. When he pressed them, they hung up. And here's the really creepy part. A few days later, Rick did some digging. He found out the land the cabin was on used to belong to an old trapper named Elias Boone, a man who went missing in the 1960s. Locals said he went mad and wandered the woods, swinging an axe at anything that moved. They never found his body, just his old cabin burned down to the stone. The rental cabin? Built right next to the ruins of it. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know who or what came to our door. But I do know one thing. We never went back to Cold Hollow. And I still flinch every time I hear someone knock. Okay, so this happened back in the summer of 2019. I was 22 at the time. And my cousin Jake had told me about this old fire lookout somewhere up in the Cascade Hills, way past any marked trails. I'd been looking for a quiet, off-grid solo hiking trip for a while, something that felt like a little adventure. Jake had said he'd been there once years ago, and back then it was still standing, though kind of falling apart. I looked it up online before heading out. Not much info, just a couple of old posts on forums saying, yeah, it's still there. I think. The last post was from 2016, and even that one sounded unsure. But I figured, what the heck? Worst case, I sleep in a tent. So I packed 2 days of supplies, food, water, warm clothes, flashlight, small camping stove, and parked off this sketchy dirt road where the trees basically swallowed the path. I left my car in a dip off the shoulder, grabbed my backpack, and started walking. There wasn't a trail. Not really. Just a vague direction loaded into my handheld GPS and a whole lot of guesswork. The forest out there isn't like a park. It's wild. The kind of wild where every branch wants to smack your face, every root wants to trip you, and you constantly feel like something's watching from the shadows. It took me almost 5 hours to get deep enough to where the lookout was supposed to be. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the crunch of my boots and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. When I finally saw the top of the tower poking above the treetops, I almost cheered. I was sweaty, scratched up, and completely alone. But there it was, this tall, worn-down wooden lookout perched above the trees, like it was keeping watch over the forest. Up close, it looked like a ghost from another time. The wood was gray and cracked, the paint long gone. The metal ladder leading up creaked loudly when I touched it, but it held steady when I climbed. At the top, the view was insane. No towns, no roads, just trees stretching all the way to the horizon. The sky was starting to turn gold with the sunset, and for a minute, I felt totally at peace. Inside the lookout was tiny one room, probably the size of a small bedroom. There was an old mattress in the corner, springs exposed, mold growing in patches. A desk under the window had paper stuck to it from moisture, and one wall had a long crack running top to bottom. Still, it was standing, and for one night, it would do. I set up my sleeping bag on the cleaner side of the floor, made myself some soup on the stove, and sat out on the ledge to eat while the sun disappeared behind the hills. And then, night fell, fast. It got dark way quicker than I expected. The clouds had rolled in, so no moonlight, no stars. Just black. A thick, velvety kind of black that made the forest look like it had swallowed the world. It was dead silent. No wind, no bugs, no sound at all. I stayed on the ledge for a while, just breathing in the cold air and soaking in the stillness. That's when I saw it, this faint, flickering orange light way out in the trees. At first, I thought maybe it was lightning bugs or something, but the light didn't blink. It swayed. It moved side to side, slowly, like someone walking with a fire. It looked exactly like someone holding a torch, which didn't make any sense. Who the hell walks through dense forest at night with a torch? I stared at it, trying to figure out what I was seeing. The light weaved through the trees for a few minutes, then vanished behind a clump of brush and didn't come back. I waited. Nothing. Just darkness again. I finally stood up, ready to go inside and get warm, when I noticed something else. There was a person, someone standing directly below the tower. Not moving. Just standing there. They were in this patch of overgrown grass, right where the woods met the base of the tower, and they were looking straight up at me. I froze. I couldn't see their face, just the outline. They didn't wave or speak. They just stood there like a statue. I called out, "Hey, you okay?" But they didn't answer. They just lifted one hand slowly, almost like they were saying sorry or goodbye, and then turned around and walked straight back into the woods. No flashlight, no torch. Just vanished into the dark. You'd think I would have packed up and run right then, right? But I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe I thought it was just a lost hiker or someone being weird. I told myself, maybe they just didn't want to share the lookout. I convinced myself they were harmless. But I was wrong. Later that night, I woke up. I don't remember falling asleep, but I shot up, heart racing. The wind had picked up again, and the lookout was creaking with every gust. But that wasn't what woke me. It was a sound this slow, steady metal creaking. The ladder. Someone was climbing up the ladder. I sat there in the dark, not breathing, just listening. The sound was faint at first, but I could hear it getting louder. Step by step, someone was making their way up. I grabbed my flashlight and bag, tiptoed to the window, and peered out. But it was too dark to see anything. I couldn't even make out the bottom of the ladder. Then the sound stopped. I waited. Nothing. I moved carefully to the doorway and stepped out onto the ledge. The silence was crushing. I crept around to the corner where the ladder ended. Nothing. No one. I leaned over, shining my flashlight down. Empty ladder. No movement. No sound. I was just about to turn around when I heard running heavy footsteps thudding across the wooden planks behind me. I spun around just in time to see something rushing past the windows inside the lookout. I didn't wait another second. I dropped onto the ladder and started climbing down as fast as I could. My hands slipped on the cold metal rungs, my heart pounding like it was trying to escape my chest. About halfway down, I risked a glance up and saw a face. Pale, expressionless, peering over the edge of the platform. I didn't stop until I hit the ground and sprinted into the woods. The trees closed in around me, but I kept going. Branches scraped my arms. Thorns tore at my jacket. But I didn't stop. I ran and ran until I couldn't hear the creaking anymore, until the only sound was my own gasping breath. Somehow, I made it back to my car. I don't remember most of the hike back. It's like my brain blocked it out. But I must have been running on instinct. I threw my bag in the passenger seat, locked the doors, and drove like hell down that dirt road, branches clawing at the sides of my car the whole way out. I've never gone back. I don't think that place was ever meant to be found again. Okay, so this happened back in the summer of 2019. I was 22 at the time, and my cousin Jake had told me about this old fire lookout somewhere up in the Cascade Hills, way past any marked trails. I'd been looking for a quiet, off-grid solo hiking trip for a while, something that felt like a little adventure. Jake had said he'd been there once years ago, and back then it was still standing, though kind of falling apart. I looked it up online before heading out. Not much info, just a couple of old posts on forums saying, yeah, it's still there. I think. The last post was from 2016, and even that one sounded unsure. But I figured, what the heck? Worst case, I sleep in a tent. So I packed 2 days of supplies, food, water, warm clothes, flashlight, small camping stove, and parked off this sketchy dirt road where the trees basically swallowed the path. I left my car in a dip off the shoulder, grabbed my backpack, and started walking. There wasn't a trail, not really. Just a vague direction loaded into my handheld GPS and a whole lot of guesswork. The forest out there isn't like a park. It's wild. The kind of wild where every branch wants to smack your face, every root wants to trip you, and you constantly feel like something's watching from the shadows. It took me almost 5 hours to get deep enough to where the lookout was supposed to be. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the crunch of my boots and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. When I finally saw the top of the tower poking above the treetops, I almost cheered. I was sweaty, scratched up, and completely alone. But there it was, this tall, worn-down wooden lookout perched above the trees, like it was keeping watch over the forest. Up close, it looked like a ghost from another time. The wood was gray and cracked, the paint long gone. The metal ladder leading up creaked loudly when I touched it, but it held steady when I climbed. At the top, the view was insane. No towns, no roads, just trees stretching all the way to the horizon. The sky was starting to turn gold with the sunset, and for a minute, I felt totally at peace. Inside the lookout was tiny one room, probably the size of a small bedroom. There was an old mattress in the corner, springs exposed, mold growing in patches. A desk under the window had paper stuck to it from moisture, and one wall had a long crack running top to bottom. Still, it was standing, and for one night, it would do. I set up my sleeping bag on the cleaner side of the floor, made myself some soup on the stove, and sat out on the ledge to eat while the sun disappeared behind the hills. And then, night fell, fast. It got dark way quicker than I expected. The clouds had rolled in, so no moonlight, no stars. Just black. A thick, velvety kind of black that made the forest look like it had swallowed the world. It was dead silent. No wind, no bugs, no sound at all. I stayed on the ledge for a while, just breathing in the cold air and soaking in the stillness. That's when I saw it, this faint, flickering orange light way out in the trees. At first, I thought maybe it was lightning bugs or something, but the light didn't blink. It swayed. It moved side to side, slowly, like someone walking with a fire. It looked exactly like someone holding a torch, which didn't make any sense. Who the hell walks through dense forest at night with a torch? I stared at it, trying to figure out what I was seeing. The light weaved through the trees for a few minutes, then vanished behind a clump of brush and didn't come back. I waited. Nothing. Just darkness again. I finally stood up, ready to go inside and get warm, when I noticed something else. There was a person, someone standing directly below the tower. Not moving, just standing there. They were in this patch of overgrown grass, right where the woods met the base of the tower, and they were looking straight up at me. I froze. I couldn't see their face, just the outline. They didn't wave or speak. They just stood there like a statue. I called out, "Hey, you okay?" But they didn't answer. They just lifted one hand slowly, almost like they were saying sorry or goodbye, and then turned around and walked straight back into the woods. No flashlight, no torch. Just vanished into the dark. You'd think I would have packed up and run right then, right? But I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe I thought it was just a lost hiker or someone being weird. I told myself, maybe they just didn't want to share the lookout. I convinced myself they were harmless. But I was wrong. Later that night, I woke up. I don't remember falling asleep, but I shot up, heart racing. The wind had picked up again, and the lookout was creaking with every gust. But that wasn't what woke me. It was a sound, this slow, steady metal creaking. The ladder. Someone was climbing up the ladder. I sat there in the dark, not breathing, just listening. The sound was faint at first, but I could hear it getting louder. Step by step, someone was making their way up. I grabbed my flashlight and bag, tiptoed to the window, and peered out. But it was too dark to see anything. I couldn't even make out the bottom of the ladder. Then the sound stopped. I waited. Nothing. I moved carefully to the doorway and stepped out onto the ledge. The silence was crushing. I crept around to the corner where the ladder ended. Nothing. No one. I leaned over, shining my flashlight down. Empty ladder. No movement. No sound. I was just about to turn around when I heard running heavy footsteps thudding across the wooden planks behind me. I spun around just in time to see something rushing past the windows inside the lookout. I didn't wait another second. I dropped onto the ladder and started climbing down as fast as I could. My hands slipped on the cold metal rungs, my heart pounding like it was trying to escape my chest. About halfway down, I risked a glance up and saw a face. Pale, expressionless, peering over the edge of the platform. I didn't stop until I hit the ground and sprinted into the woods. The trees closed in around me, but I kept going. Branches scraped my arms, thorns tore at my jacket, but I didn't stop. I ran and ran until I couldn't hear the creaking anymore, until the only sound was my own gasping breath. Somehow, I made it back to my car. I don't remember most of the hike back. It's like my brain blocked it out. But I must have been running on instinct. I threw my bag in the passenger seat, locked the doors, and drove like hell down that dirt road, branches clawing at the sides of my car the whole way out. I've never gone back. I don't think that place was ever meant to be found again. That night started off normal. I got off work around 6 p.m., grabbed a burger, and logged into the delivery app like I usually did. Things were busy. I got a bunch of orders back to back, most with decent tips. I remember thinking, hey, I might hit $100 tonight if this keeps up. That kind of money made the exhaustion worth it. By 11 p.m., though, the orders slowed way down. I was already tired, but stubborn. I didn't want to end the night on a $10 run to someone's porch. I wanted a good one. One more. Always one more. Then it popped up $22 delivery, just 15 minutes out. Big tip. I hit accept without even thinking. The pickup was easy. Some late-night burger joint downtown. The drop-off address was on the outskirts of town, near the old Black Pine Woods. I knew the area. Sort of. It's one of those places you drive past and say, huh, never seen anyone actually go in there. I followed the GPS. Roads got darker, houses got fewer. The trees thickened up on both sides, swallowing what little moonlight was left. Eventually, The paved road gave way to gravel, and then to dirt. The final turn brought me onto a narrow, tree-lined path. It looked more like a trail than a driveway. On either side stood 2 stone pillars with a rusty chain between them, except the chain was down, just lying in the grass. I hesitated for a second, then figured, maybe it's one of those weird cabins out in the woods. People around here love that rustic, off-grid stuff. I kept going. My headlights struggled to cut through the thick branches overhead. The trees looked like they were leaning in. A few minutes down the road, the GPS buzzed, "You have arrived." Except ... I hadn't. There was no house. Just a small clearing with a dirt lot and a wooden sign nailed to a tree. Black Pine Nature Preserve. I blinked at it, confused. I delivered to parks before, but only during the day. I thought they all closed at dusk, and there wasn't a soul in sight. That's when my phone rang. I checked the caller ID. It was the number tied to the order. I answered. "Hey, it's Danny. I'm here, but I'm not sure where to go." The voice on the other end was male, deep and scratchy, like he had gravel in his throat. It almost sounded wrong, like something trying to sound human. "Oh, you're close," he said. "I can see you on the map. Can you see the fire?" I looked around. Fire? There's a campfire just down the trail. We're staying out here tonight. Just bring it this way. Now, listen. I'm not a camper. I've never hiked a trail in my life. I thought preserves closed at night, but he was quick to say this one was special and allowed overnight stays. I didn't argue. I should have. But $22 is $22. I turned off the engine, grabbed the food bag, and stepped out. It was colder than I expected. The kind of cold that bites at your skin, even through your jacket. I used my phone flashlight to look around. There was only one trail leading from the parking lot, narrow and lined with trees, so thick it felt like walking into a tunnel. I started down it. At first, it was just quiet, but not peaceful, quiet, dead quiet. No bugs, no wind, just my own footsteps on the dirt. Every branch that moved in the breeze looked like a hand reaching out. About 5 minutes in, I saw it. A dim orange glow through the trees, flickering like firelight. But here's the weird thing, it wasn't near the trail. It was deep in the woods, off to the side. No clear path leading to it, just trees. I should have called out, asked if they could come meet me. But something about the moment felt like I had to keep going, like I'd already gone too far to back out. I stepped off the trail, pushing through branches, crunching leaves underfoot. The fire got closer, brighter. I was expecting people, laughter, music, something. Instead, it was just ... silence. When I reached the fire, my heart dropped. There was no one there. No tent, no sleeping bags, no chairs. Just a small fire burning in the middle of a dirt circle, perfectly built, crackling like it had just been lit. I stood there, frozen, clutching the bag of food. I whispered, "Hello?" Then I heard it snap. A stick cracked somewhere behind me. I turned fast, shining my flashlight in the direction of the sound. And there he was, a figure standing behind a tree, just outside the fire's glow. Not moving, not speaking, just watching. I couldn't see his face clearly, but he was tall, way too still, like he was trying to blend into the trees. My skin went cold. Hey, I called out. My voice cracked. "I'm the delivery guy. I'll just leave your food here, okay?" I set the bag down and backed up a few steps. That's when he moved. He stepped into the light, slow and deliberate. He was wearing jeans and a faded green hoodie. His hair was dark, messy. His beard looked like it hadn't been trimmed in months. He smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. "I didn't see you coming up," he said in that same gravelly voice from the phone. I tried to respond, but my mouth went dry. My body was already backing away, even before I made the decision to leave. As I turned, he called after me. "Hey, don't go. I've got cash for you." His voice was too cheerful now, too fake, like someone pretending to be nice, but not knowing how to do it right. I didn't answer. I just ran. Branches smacked me in the face. Twigs snapped under my feet. My flashlight bobbed wildly, barely lighting the trail. I reached the parking lot, gasping for air, hands trembling as I fumbled with my keys. I got in the car, slammed the door, jammed the keys in, and hit the brakes almost immediately. The chain. It was up now. The same chain that had been lying on the ground when I came in was now latched across the pillars, tight. I stared at it, heart racing. Did he do that? How? When? Then I heard footsteps, soft at first, getting louder, coming from behind the car. I didn't look. I threw the car in reverse, spun the wheel hard, and gunned it onto the grass beside the pillars. It was tight. There was a ditch just a few feet away. One wrong move and I'd be stuck. But somehow I made it. My tires spun on the dirt as I tore back down the gravel road. I didn't stop until I hit pavement again. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I looked up the preserve. Black Pine closes at 8 p.m. Always has. No overnight camping. No fires allowed. I don't know who or what I met out there. Maybe it was some twisted prank. Maybe it was something worse. But I can still hear his voice in my head sometimes. That fake, cheerful tone. "I've got cash for you." I've never driven near those woods again. Okay, so let me tell you about the time I had the creepiest weekend of my life. This happened back in the summer of 2016. I was 22 and decided to spend a few quiet days camping alone at this old lake called Pine Hollow. It's way out in the woods in northern Oregon, not on any tourist maps, and barely even on local ones. You wouldn't just stumble onto this place. My Uncle Ray used to take me there when I was a kid, and I always remember it being super peaceful. No people, no noise, just trees, water, and quiet. It was supposed to be this mellow solo trip to clear my head. You know, disconnect from everything, maybe take a few nature photos, drink some beer, stare at the stars. Nothing fancy. And at first, it was exactly that. I got there on a Friday morning, parked my truck at the edge of the woods, and hiked about a mile down this barely there trail to the lake. It's one of those places you'd never find unless someone told you about it. No signs, no rangers. Just pure, wild forest and a clear lake that looks like glass when the wind's not blowing. I set up camp in the same spot Uncle Ray and I used to use, this little patch of flat ground right next to the water under some tall pine trees. There's even a big mossy rock we used to sit on and fish from. It felt kind of nostalgic to be back. That first day was great. I made a little fire, cooked some hot dogs, cracked open a drink, and watched the sunset. It got quiet in a way that's hard to describe unless you've been out in the woods alone. Not scary quiet, just calm, like the world hit the mute button. But that calm didn't last. The weird stuff started the next afternoon. I'd spent most of Saturday walking around the lake, just thinking, soaking up the silence, watching birds. I probably did 3 full loops around the water. It's not a huge lake, maybe 20 minutes to circle it slowly. Each lap was the same. Still water, rustling trees, nothing unusual. Then, on my 4th walk around, I noticed something that stopped me cold. Footprints, not boot prints, not shoes. Bare feet. They were right on the edge of the tree line, just where the forest meets the dirt path. At least 6 or 7 of them, clear as day. The ground there was soft, almost muddy from the morning dew, so every toe was visible. And they were fresh like just made. You could still see the little ridges from the ball of the foot. But here's the part that messed with my head. I had walked that same path 3 times already. Those prints were not there before. And where were they? It wasn't near the easiest part of the lake to access. No sandy beach or rocky slope. It was thick with bush and tree roots. You wouldn't walk barefoot there unless you had a really good reason, or unless you weren't bothered by pain at all. I froze for a minute, staring at them. Who walks out into the woods barefoot? Why now? And why would they be this close to my camp without me hearing anything? The prince led from the tree line, pointed toward the lake, then turned back into the woods. Like someone walked up, stood there looking at the water, then disappeared again. Something about it made my skin crawl. I didn't follow them into the trees. I just turned around and walked back to my tent, trying not to look behind me too much. But once I sat down by the fire, the feeling of being watched really settled in. You ever get that sense that someone's just beyond your field of vision? Like if you turned fast enough, you'd catch a face slipping behind a tree. That was me for the rest of the evening. I kept glancing out at the woods, trying to spot movement. Nothing. No animals. No birds. Just stillness. Then the sun started going down, and that stillness turned heavy. I threw a bunch of wood on the fire. I figured the brighter the light, the better I'd feel. But it didn't help much. The shadows felt deeper somehow. The dark between the trees looked thicker than usual. It was like the forest was holding its breath. I tried to distract myself, ate dinner, looked at photos on my phone, but I couldn't shake the nerves. And then, just after 9, I heard footsteps. Not animals rustling in the bushes. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching the leaves. Coming from the woods, maybe 30 feet away. I grabbed my flashlight and stood up, heart pounding. That's when 2 figures walked into view. They stepped just far enough into the firelight for me to see their outlines. A man and a woman. They didn't say anything, didn't wave. Just stood there, side by side, staring at me. I couldn't make out their faces, only shapes. They were off. Something about their posture. Too stiff, too still. "Can I help you?" I called out. The woman bolted. No hesitation. She just turned and ran back into the trees, like a shadow snapping out of view. The man didn't flinch. He stayed there for maybe 5 more seconds. Then, as calmly as you'd flip a light switch, he turned around and walked away. And yeah, he was barefoot. My legs went cold. You know that rush of panic where your body can't decide whether to run or throw up? That was me. I packed up immediately. Didn't even think twice. Tent? Stuffed. Sleeping bag? Rolled. I even grabbed my half-cooked food and crammed it into my backpack. I just needed to get out of there. I kicked dirt over the fire, threw on my headlamp, and started walking the trail back to my truck. It's about a 2-hour hike through thick woods. I kept checking behind me the whole time. At first, nothing happened. Just the sound of my own feet crunching through dead leaves. But after maybe 40 minutes, the woods went dead quiet. No wind, no crickets. Not even the usual owl hoots. Then I heard it, running. Light, fast, barefoot running. Coming from off to my left. I stopped. Shined my light. Nothing. I tried to convince myself it was a deer or something. Took a breath. Kept walking. 10 minutes later, I heard it again. This time on my right. Short burst, then gone. I felt like I was being hunted. Not chased, hunted. They weren't trying to catch me yet. They were just letting me know they were still out there. Every few minutes, rustle, crunch, silence. Sometimes it sounded like they were circling around me. Sometimes it was like they were ahead of me, waiting. I never saw them. Not once. Just heard them. Bare feet, darting through dry leaves like they were playing some twisted game of hide and seek. That 2-hour walk felt like a lifetime. I didn't stop once, not even to rest. And when I finally saw the shape of my truck through the trees, I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. I jumped in, slammed the door, locked it, and just sat there gripping the wheel with white knuckles. I didn't look back. I drove. I didn't stop until I hit the pavement. And you know what? I've never been back. Not to Pine Hollow. Not even close. I still don't know who they were or what they wanted. Were they just messing with me? Were they even ... human? Sometimes I wonder if they were real at all. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know those footprints weren't mine. All right, so picture this. It's the fall of 2016, and I'm working this weird graveyard shift job in a place called Hollow Creek, a little out-of-the-way town most folks haven't even heard of. My name's Jamie, and back then, I was 23, just trying to save up for college and avoid living with my parents for one more year. So I took this overnight job at a local server warehouse, way out in the sticks. It's called Maple Ridge Data Services, but don't let the fancy name fool you. It's basically a long, windowless warehouse with buzzing lights and thick wires everywhere. And it's creepy as hell. The whole building sits at the end of this cracked road behind a bunch of dead trees. You drive for maybe a mile after the last gas station before you even see it, just this ugly, gray box of a building surrounded by chain-link fence and mud. No neighbors, no traffic, no reason to be out there unless you work there. Or have a very good reason. The job? Super easy. Too easy, honestly. I just had to sit in the control room and keep an eye on a few monitors to make sure the servers didn't go down. If anything broke or froze up, I'd go out into the warehouse, find the problem, and reset the system manually. Most nights, nothing went wrong at all. I was allowed to bring my laptop, so I'd watch shows, play games, read whatever. As long as I checked the system status every 15 minutes, no one cared. The worst part? I was always alone. Completely. No coworkers, no janitors, not even a bored security guy. Just me. By the time this happened, I'd been working there for about 6 months. I'd gotten used to the long nights, the flickering lights, even the random power hums that echoed through the walls like someone whispering just out of earshot. The place already had this weird, uneasy feeling like it didn't want anyone inside. But that night was different. I got there at 10 p.m. sharp, parked under one of the flickering streetlights, the only one still working, and unlocked the front door. Everything looked the same dark, quiet, dead still. I walked in, flipped on the control room lights, did my routine system check, then settled in for a night of Netflix and leftover pizza. About 2 hours into my shift around midnight or so, I was halfway through a crime documentary when one of the monitors beeped and lit up red. A system had gone offline. That was weird. It almost never happened that early in the shift. I paused the show and squinted at the screen. It was one of the older server racks, Unit 8G, and it was all the way in the back corner of the warehouse. I sighed, grabbed my flashlight, and headed out. Now, here's where things start getting strange. As I stepped out into the warehouse, the air felt colder than usual. Not like, oh, someone turned on the AC cold. I mean unnaturally cold, like when you open a freezer and stick your face in. I rubbed my arms and kept moving, the sound of my boots echoing way too loudly against the metal floor. The warehouse was a maze of tall metal shelves stacked with humming server towers, all lined up in rows like graves. I followed the signs to row 8 and started heading toward the back. The farther I got, the darker it seemed, even with the overhead lights on. Shadows clung to the corners. My flashlight flickered once, then steadied. When I reached Unit 8G, I immediately saw the issue. The main power cable had been completely pulled out. It was just lying there on the ground like someone had yanked it out with force. That cable is thick about as wide as my wrist, and it locks in tightly. You don't just trip over it or jiggle it loose. Someone or something wanted it out. I crouched down, plugged the cable back in, and heard the server hum to life again. All green lights. I stood up and did a quick scan of the other racks nearby, just in case. Nothing else looked wrong. As I turned to head back, I heard something. A soft slam, like a heavy door closing. It came from somewhere deep in the warehouse, behind me. I stopped in my tracks, flashlight raised, heart beating a little faster now. "Hello?" I called out. Silence. I tried to brush it off. Old buildings make weird sounds. Maybe one of the pressure doors shifted, or one of the server fans kicked on hard. But that didn't explain the way the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt watched. I picked up the pace, heading back toward the control room. That's when I heard it again, footsteps. Quick, light ones. Like someone running barefoot across the concrete, just a few steps behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just row after row of servers, humming softly under the dim lights. I didn't wait. I rushed back to the office, locked the door behind me, and sat down, breathing hard. My hands were shaking a bit as I checked the monitors again. Everything was green now. Nothing offline. I told myself it was just my imagination. Maybe a bird got in or something. I went back to my show. But I couldn't focus. Maybe 10 minutes later, I heard another sound scraping. It was faint at first, like nails dragging lightly across metal. Then it got louder, closer, like something was slowly crawling along the hallway wall just outside the control room. I muted my show and listened. The scraping stopped. Then, a soft knock just once on the office door. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Another knock, louder, then silence again. I stood up slowly and crept toward the door. I didn't open it. I just looked through the tiny, foggy glass panel. There was nothing there. But when I reached for the doorknob, something moved past the glass, fast, like a shadow slipping across the hall, just barely out of sight. I yanked my hand back and stumbled away from the door. That's when the lights in the hallway flickered. Then I went out completely. I didn't even think. I grabbed my keys, shoved my laptop into my bag, and unlocked the door. One had to get out of there. I ran. As I turned down the corridor, I heard something behind me, fast footsteps again. This time chasing, not just moving. I didn't dare look back. I sprinted through the maze of halls, trying to remember the way out. Every turn looked the same. My flashlight swung wildly, throwing long shadows that looked like arms reaching out. I finally hit the emergency stairwell door, shoved it open, and bolted down the stairs 2 at a time. The fire exit at the bottom groaned as I pushed through it and burst out into the night air. I didn't stop until I was at my car. I got in, locked the doors, and fumbled to call the police. They showed up within 20 minutes, flashlights in hand, asking questions I barely had answers for. I told them everything. They searched the building top to bottom, found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no fingerprints. Just the unplugged cable. I never went back. I quit the next day. A few weeks later, I heard through a friend still working there that the company installed new cameras and motion sensors. But they never said what they found on the footage. Just that night I ran out. Something triggered the sensors in 4 different rooms at the same exact time. Nobody ever told me what it was. I don't want to know. All I know is this. Whatever was in that building wasn't supposed to be there. And it knew I was alone. Hey, so I've got a story for you. It's not one I tell often, but I think about it more than I'd like to admit. My name's Katie, and this happened in 2019 when I was 25 years old. At the time, I was doing something a little different from most people I knew. I was living in an old, fixed-up Chevy Astro van, traveling along the back roads of Oregon. It wasn't glamorous, but it was cheap, and it felt like freedom. I didn't like cities. Too noisy, too crowded. So I'd spend most of my time camping in the woods, far off from the main roads, sometimes for days at a time. Just me, my van, and the quiet. I thought it was safer out there. Nobody to bother me. nobody to worry about. But that one night changed how I saw everything. I was making my way between two small towns, Oak Ridge and Lapine, taking the long route on purpose. I liked driving slow, pulling off to explore random dirt roads that looked promising. That afternoon, I turned onto one that didn't even have a sign. It was narrow, bumpy, and surrounded by thick pine trees. My kind of place. I passed a couple of little pull-offs, but they looked muddy or cramped. So I kept going deeper until the trail opened into a wide clearing. Nothing fancy, just a ring of trees, a patch of gravel, and an old stone fire pit in the center. No one else around, no tire tracks. Perfect. I parked, leveled the van, and cracked open the side door. It was one of those gray spring days, where the rain falls off and on, and the air smells like wet moss and cold earth. I cooked myself a simple dinner ramen and eggs on my propane stove, and curled up in the back of the van to watch a movie on my laptop. Cozy, right? But right around sunset, something weird happened. As I was watching, I noticed this sudden, sharp glare on my screen like a flashlight beam. Just for a second. Then it disappeared. Not like it moved away, more like someone flipped it off. I froze. My back was to the rear window, which I had cracked open earlier for air. That's where the light had come from. I turned around slowly and peeked outside. It was already dark, and the trees were swaying in the wind. Rain was starting up again, but I didn't see anything. No light, no shadows, nothing moving. Still, my gut was already whispering, something's not right. I told myself it was probably a car way off in the distance, headlights cutting through the trees for a second. I wanted to believe that. But the window pointed away from the road. There was no line of sight, and the forest behind me was too thick for headlights to get through. I didn't get up to check. I didn't want to go out there. So I shut the window tight, pulled the curtain, and tried to focus on the movie. But the whole time, I was listening, straining my ears past the sound of rain tapping on the roof. By 10 or 11, I turned everything off. Draw all the curtains. Shut the laptop. Got under the covers. Usually, I'd fall asleep fast. That night, no chance. The rain picked up loud and heavy. Thunder rumbled deep and angry. I kept hearing things, tiny snaps and crunches outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind. But then, I heard footsteps. Not far off, not imagined. Fast, stumbling footsteps. Like someone running through wet branches. Crack, snap, splash. I sat up straight in bed, holding my breath. Heart pounding. I didn't want to look. I really didn't want to look. But I did anyway. I lifted the edge of the curtain just an inch. Nothing. Pitch black, trees, rain. But still, I knew someone was out there. I could feel it. That horrible, crawling feeling like eyes on you. Like something just outside your view, waiting. And then, as I sat frozen there, I heard it. A voice. It was a man's voice, coming from somewhere to the right of the van. Not loud, more like a whisper. Yell, like when you're trying to talk to someone quietly, but still be heard over noise. I couldn't make out the words. It sounded like he was talking to someone else. But that was enough to make my stomach drop. Because now I knew. There were two of them. I backed away from the window and slid down to the floor, out of view. I didn't make a sound. I didn't even breathe loudly. I just sat there, in the dark, waiting, hoping they'd leave. But they didn't. After a minute, I heard something press against the side of the van. A soft creak, like plastic bending under weight. Someone was leaning on the door. Then knock, knock. Not loud, not angry, just a couple soft knocks. Then silence. 5 seconds later, knock, knock. I sat there, paralyzed. I couldn't speak. Couldn't move. Maybe they didn't know I was alone. Maybe they thought a guy was with me. That was the only thread of hope I had, so I held on to it and stayed quiet. The knocking continued, steady, every 10 seconds or so, over and over. Then the voice came again, right outside the door this time. Sheriff's Department. "Ma'am, we need you to open up." Yeah, no, that didn't sit right with me. Why had they waited this long to say that? If they were really cops, they would have said something way earlier. They wouldn't just stand outside in the dark, whispering and knocking like that, would they? I didn't answer. Just waited, hoping they'd go away. Instead, they started saying more. "Need you to step out of the vehicle. Just a quick check, routine patrol. You're not in trouble." Different lines, over and over. Calm, fake-friendly tone. But I was shaking. It sounded wrong. Like someone pretending to be calm, pretending to be a cop. I finally peeked out a different window, just barely. I saw a shape tall, bulky moving near the side door. No uniform, no badge, no flashlight. Nothing that looked official. That's when I knew for sure. This was not a cop. I had about 30 seconds to figure out what to do. My brain was racing. The knocking got more forceful, more impatient. I had to make a choice, stay and hope they gave up, or run. So I went for it. I slipped into the driver's seat, as quietly as I could, shoved the key in, and turned the ignition. The second the engine roared to life, I heard footsteps. 2 sets, running toward me. I slammed it into gear. Just as I started moving, one of them ran up beside the driver's side. I saw a face in the window for a split second, just a blur of wet hair and a pale, angry expression. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I drove fast, bouncing down that muddy trail, tires sliding in the wet gravel. Somehow, I made it back to the main road. I kept driving until I reached a gas station an hour away, parked under the lights, and didn't sleep a wink. The next morning, I filed a report with the county. The officer I spoke to was polite, but clearly didn't think much of it. "No patrols out there last night," he said. "No units in that area. You were alone." I never got a follow-up. No call, no investigation, nothing. To this day, I don't know who those people were or what they wanted. Maybe they thought I was an easy target. Maybe they planned to rob me or worse. But I got out, barely. I still travel in my van sometimes, but I never stay that far off the grid anymore. I stick to places where I can see other people. I always check for cell service. And I never ignore my gut. Because whatever was out there that night, knocking in the dark, whispering fake police lines, it wasn't trying to help me. It was hunting.